Thanks, all stand.
Please open the commission.
The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Ms Hill.
If the Commission pleases, I call Gerard Hayes.
I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence that I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Mr Hayes, could you please state your full name?
Gerard John Hayes.
And what is your role, Mr Hayes?
I'm the National President of the Health Services Union as well as the New South Wales Secretary of the Health Services Union.
And before you were in that role, what were you doing for work?
I was an intensive care paramedic with the New South Wales Ambulance Service.
And you prepared a statement dated the 1st of February 2019?
That's correct.
Operator, could you please display document ID WIT stop 00019 stop 0001 stop 0001? Is that the statement that you prepared in front of you on the monitor?
That's correct.
And is that statement true and correct,
That statement is true and correct.
to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Indeed, yes.
And are there any amendments you'd seek to make to that statement?
Not at this time.
Commissioners, I'd seek to tender that, bearing in mind that the statement that's displayed before Mr Hayes is a redacted copy. For your reference, that redaction is at paragraph 47.
Are you able to indicate? Well, the copy we have doesn't appear to have been redacted at paragraph 14.
47.
Oh,
Commissioner.
47.
47 and a corresponding footnote.
I beg your pardon. And is there a reason for the redacting?
It may be that that paragraph canvasses material which is raised at a later hearing, but not this hearing, Commissioner.
Yes, all right. Well, you tender the redacted version.
I do, Commissioner.
Yes. All right. The witness statement of Gerard John Hayes dated the 1st of February 2019 as redacted in paragraph 47 and the associated footnote will be Exhibit 1-60.
As the Commission pleases. Mr Hayes, could you please tell the Commission what the Health Services Union is?
The Health Services Union is a national union as well as has branches in most states of Australia. It looks after people within the public health sector, the aged care sector, the ambulance service and private health areas.
And how many of your members are working in aged care?
Approximately 20,000 members in aged care.
And out of a total membership of the HSU?
That'll be reflective of about 20%, and I'd add that it's a rapidly growing area too, which I think is significant at this point in time of the industry.
What is the nature of the work being done by the members of yours that are in the aged care sector?
Predominantly, many of our members are carers in the aged care sector. We also have people who work as administrative people, managers, also a necessary component, an increasing necessary component is the allied health workers in aged care who clearly are not utilised enough in this industry.
Who are those allied health workers that you're referring to?
So people such as psychologists, physiotherapists, social workers. I can only imagine that waking up in aged care every day when you're in your older area of life, that it would be very helpful to have someone to be able to speak to if you're feeling as though that you may be suffering from depression and so forth. The allied health members, as we see them, are seen as more of a luxury item than a necessity, and clearly they are a necessity.
When you describe carers as being within the cohort of membership, what role or roles do those carers have?
We've done surveys which carers will outline their role as virtually everything from a friend to a person who will hold someone's hand as they're dying, to someone who will undertake cleaning, who will do laundry services, ironing services, assist with medication, virtually a confidant of the resident and on a daily basis. A person who builds up an interpersonal relationship, it's not seen as a job to many of the carers that we have.
And what kind of qualifications do you see in your membership of those carers?
Generally, there's a Certificate 3 in aged care, also a Certificate 4 in aged care. There's no absolute legal necessity for people to come into aged care to actually have those certificates. Many times people will come in to aged care, and that form of training will be gained on the job and also through TAFE or some other private kind of institute that will pass on that level of training.
At paragraph 44 of your statement, you describe that a majority of your membership working in aged care are qualified. How are you aware of that?
Through the surveys that we undertake, that's one of the areas that we think is incredibly important, that people will be qualified, not only having the experience, which is vitally important, but qualifications in terms of mental health, palliative care, de-escalation of issues, and the sort of normal day-to-day caring for people and understanding what those requirements are is vital to this industry.
What are your members telling you about their training needs?
They're certainly inferior. Some people are undertaking training through TAFE, which may take 6 months, which is thorough and it's open to scrutiny. Others are doing training online, which may take 6 weeks, which ultimately is a ticker box that it won't necessarily give the required outcome that is going to be required on a day-to-day basis to do the job thoroughly and be open to scrutiny.
And what's the impact of that training model on the aged care sector in your experience?
Look, I think it just promotes an inferior area of aged care. We're trying to promote aged care as a really important and actually a moral situation for people in Australia. I can only imagine that people who have built this country who then get into their older years and don't have the quality that can be there because sometimes things that are out of sight are out of mind. And I think the more that we can put into training and supporting the people who are looking after people who are our senior citizens who actually got us to where we are today, I think is doing the right thing for them.
Is an accreditation scheme appropriate for personal care workers in your view?
Look, I think some form of accreditation is. I notice in areas such as in health, there are some people who are accredited and registered. There are other people who work in health who are not. I think this is something that needs to be examined. I think it also needs to be examined also that when you have people who are on $20 an hour, and if a registration is going to be $600 a year, we may see people going to work at Woolworths or Coles for $20 an hour, then try to find the money to be able to register themselves. So we've got to be really mindful. I think any form of accreditation is a good thing, but we've got to make sure that we're dealing with the demographic that we have. These are people who are struggling on a day-to-day basis, not a week-to-week basis, a day-to-day basis to make ends meet. At the same time, giving of themselves from an emotional basis and then trying to find a way to facilitate that opportunity is something that really needs to be thought through in the longer term.
How does the Health Services Union engage with its members in the aged care sector?
We have developed, in New South Wales, for example, we've developed an aged care division of our union. So a union that makes up of 38,000 members, 10,000 of those members are in the aged care area. We've developed that into a specific area of our organisation now. We have an aged care council that directs the union in terms of its activities in relation to aged care. We have organisers who visit our members on a daily basis, and then we conduct surveys. And throughout the process of enterprise agreements, we consistently engage with the membership to make sure that what we can be doing is driven by the membership. And I think to some degree the Royal Commission that we're currently in, which is a great process, has been something that our membership have been calling for some time.
Throughout your statement, you provide accounts of various members, and Commissioners, those are the accounts in italics within the statement. Where do those accounts come from, Mr Hayes?
We've undertaken several surveys. Every time we undertake any kind of enterprise bargaining agreement, we put a survey out of our members.
How do you conduct those surveys, Mr Hayes?
Those surveys are done two ways. One by electronic means through email and the website. Mindful again, many of our members won't have access to email and the website due to the financial situations that they may well be in. So we also have hard copies. So when our organisers are visiting workplaces, that the hard copy of the survey is given out, and then the data's taken once it's brought back into the union offices. The data's then collected.
When was the most recent survey conducted, Mr Hayes?
The most recent survey was done within the last 12 months. And that is, I think it was probably, we had somewhere in the vicinity of about 370 responses to that. It was a very interesting survey that a lot of the things that the union and other organisations have been talking about, the message is very clear coming from our members in terms of staffing, training, resourcing, cutting corners. It's the message just over and over is repeated through these surveys.
At page 7, at page 7 of your statement, you set out what the pay of your members looks like in aged care. What are the pay and conditions of your members?
So the members are currently on about $21 an hour. There is the modern award, which they may default to, is probably about $1 less than that. So even in an enterprise agreement, which you would think you have some ability to use leverage or negotiate, there is very little movement, somewhere between 0.5 and 2.5% difference between the modern award and an enterprise agreement.
And why is that, Mr Hayes?
The bottom line is it's funded by the government funding or lack thereof. So when any kind of employer group or individual employer is funded by the Commonwealth to that degree, they have very limited opportunity to be able to utilise any kind of real bargaining strategy in terms of wages for the workers who take up a large amount of their outlay.
When your union gets involved in those negotiations, does that have a broader reach than the individual or group of individuals that you're concerned with?
It's got a very reasonably limited reach. So there's a couple of ways we undertake our enterprise bargaining. Ultimately, there's two main employer groups that we can deal with, but getting into each of the respective aged care groups, aged care facilities, is very difficult. There's, in New South Wales alone, approximately 800 different aged care groups, so trying to be able to facilitate those opportunities right the way through is difficult. So a lot of times that we're dealing with sort of major employer groups.
Why does the pay of aged care workers compare unfavourably to other sectors?
Because I think, to be quite honest, out of sight is out of mind. The morality of this country needs to be tested at this point in time. Is it good enough to say that the people who went through the war years of the 30s and the 40s and the consequent years of rebuilding this country are good enough to say, well, we don't notice them every day, so it must be okay? I think this Royal Commission is going to see some staggering things that have come out because people just haven't shone a light on it. We need to be able to make sure that workers in the area, in the industry, are able to go to work and be able to look after people. I just sort of make this point at the moment. Many of us who turn up to work with a passion every day is really important. Not many of us go to work every day knowing that someone who's been a friend of theirs for the last year or 2 years is going to die today, and die tomorrow, and die next month, and die next year, because that's what happens to these people. So it's not a job that people can sit there and say, I'm just going to clock on and clock off. This is a job where people want to look after individuals who become not residents, they don't become sort of some kind of client, they become friends, they become family members, and they know that they are going to die because that's the part of the life they're in. I think we need to be actually focusing on the workers and certainly on the residents and on the industry to make sure that Australia can stand up and say that we respect the people who actually got us to where we are today. It's a different industry than anybody else that I am aware of, and I've been in a few different areas.
At paragraph 38 of your statement, you describe income insecurity as an issue facing workers in aged care. What do you mean by this, Mr Hayes?
So in many areas of aged care, in home care, it's not uncommon to have people on minimum hours contracts. So they may be on contracts of 8 hours a fortnight. They're generally working above that, so they may be working 30 hours a week or 35 hours a week. We see people in residential care who are generally on 25 to 30 hours a week. Now, generally, they could be working full-time, just short of full-time hours, and we've been made aware that there are employers out there who will work people on contracts of 37 and a half hours a week to make sure that they are not actually full-time employees. This gives an opportunity for employers to actually, if they need to cost shift, so if they've got an emergent situation that's come up from a capital base, they are able to actually contract hours so they can transfer money into what capital needs they may have, which falls back on the care of a resident. Or the second issue that we have is that if people are prepared to stand up in aged care facilities, and I would qualify this comment that there are many good aged care employers, but there are people out there who, if people do put their hands up, who would be whistleblowers, whether it's an industrial matter or a safety matter or indeed an elder abuse matter. They could be going from what they're generally working of 35 hours a week down to their contracted hours of 20 hours a week. And bearing in mind, a lot of these people need to do two jobs on a part-time basis, because predominantly people are engaged part-time to be able to make ends meet. So it really does have a broad spectrum focus about transparency within the allied health setting.
Is it fair to say that your statement focuses predominantly on residential care and workers within that?
Indeed, yes. So we work collaboratively with the Nurses and Midwives Association and United Voice. They have predominantly different groups of workers that they look after. We predominantly look after people in residential aged care, whereas United Voice predominantly working with members in home care.
At paragraph 41 of your statement, you discuss whistleblowers and you describe that there's a disincentive for whistleblowers in the aged care sector. What do you say the consequences of this are for your members?
Look, it's an area where there's a lot of people working in aged care who are on visas, the student visas, while people are being trained into other areas of employment. So if you are a whistleblower and you are either on a minimum hours contract or you are in a precarious situation of being on a visa of some sort, you need to think very carefully before actually you raise your hand. Now, we all should stand, hand on heart to say we are not going to put up with elder abuse or anything along those lines. When someone's livelihood or bare livelihood on a daily basis may be a consideration, that is a concern. So what we advocate is that there should be protections for whistleblowers, that they can actually make a notification, whether it's an industrial notification or a notification in relation to any form of abuse. It's interesting to note that in the Fair Work Act that if people do raise issues and then action is taken against that individual from an industrial perspective, there are protections there. So we would like to see that making sure that any kind of concern, whether it be a safety matter or any other kind of abuse matter, that people could do so freely without any threat of any kind of action taken against them.
What are the consequences of that environment for the person receiving aged care services?
It underpins everything. So any kind of roadblock that's put in the way, any kind of bump in the road. So I think if we look at there's a funding model, and that funding model underpins everything that is within aged care. So if the resources aren't there, if there's intimidation within an organisation, if people don't feel as though that they can actually transparently identify issues, the person who loses all the time is the resident. It's the person that we are all there for is the person who will ultimately suffer, irrespective if it's a resource issue, it's an issue of lack of transparency, it's a funding issue. is always the resident who will suffer at the end of the day. And sometimes, and in many times, I think will suffer in silence because they don't have that ability to make sure that their concerns have been ventilated.
If there's a continued expansion in the need for aged care places in this country, why does the Health Services Union say that there's no guarantee for workers in aged care to get the hours that they need to provide that consistent standard of living?
Look, this is an interesting thing. It's it's not like some industries that are declining. This is an industry we can see there's a tsunami off the coast and it's coming in the next 10 to 15 years. We have got a major issue ahead of us. It's not a matter that we're guessing, and yet there's a lack of funding that is actually dealing with the aged care matter as we see it today, let alone as the aged care matter that we see in the next 5 to 10 to 15 years. So there needs to be an absolute commitment to the consistency of what we see and the expanding consistency of what we see. While we're seeing some manufacturing industries close in terms of the car industry, isn't this the opportunity to be actually transition people into the growing industry and the respectful industry and the industry that should be giving dignity to people in their age in life, as opposed to, well, we'll just sort of see where we're at the moment. So there is an absolute consistency. There's just an absolute lack of resourcing and commitment from a range of levels to be able to address it.
And what do you see the role of the Health Services Union in that circumstance?
Our role is clearly to stand up for our members and their communities and the residents of these facilities. One goes hand in glove with the other. This is not an industrial matter from our perspective. This is a community matter. And we want to play our part with the community and all the other organisations who will be making contributions to this fine commission. This is something we can make significant change to collectively. We can tell our side of the story from what our members see on a daily basis. This is a systemic issue. This is not an individual issue. I think it's going to be very easy to say that, oh, well, there's certain problems here and here and here. No, there's not. There are systemic problems that we all need to take our level of responsibility for. And I think if we do that well, we are going to make sure that people in Australia can age with dignity, as opposed to we're just going to look the other way.
At paragraph 24 of your statement, you described that the number one issue for your members is short staffing. What is short staffing, Mr Hayes? Well,
short staffing can be one person on a night shift looking after 25 people and having to have the union engaged to get a second person put on with that person. It can be two people looking after 35 people. But if I can put it in this is the reality of what short staffing is. You've got one person, you've got 25 people, you've got 5 people who may want to go to the bathroom at the same time. It's not going to happen. You may have one person at the same time who is suffering a major medical issue. There's no RN on shift that night, so the ambulance needs to be called in to be able to address that matter. But still, while all those matters are being dealt with, you still have 5 residents who want to go to the bathroom. Then they have to suffer the indignity of soiling their beds. And this is the thing that we get to and nobody ultimately talks about or knows about. And it's really an issue that we need to make sure that if people are in a position like that, they can actually be assisted, because that's what aged care, and that second word care, is supposed to be all about. It's not the age indignity network. And this is the thing that people are suffering every day at a whole range of different levels. And again, it's not the individuals who are creating this, it's a system that's promoting it.
And what does that mean for people that are working in residential care?
It means that they go to work tired, they get to work frustrated, they try to do as much as they can knowing that what they can do is just not enough because they don't have the resources to be able to do it. They have an issue of higher workers' compensation from physical injuries, from mental health injuries. Again, when people are dying, every week that they love, and then the next step is that before they're dying, they can't get to them to help them to get them to the bathroom on time and things like that. So the incredible stress that gets put onto aged care workers on a daily basis, whether it's an RN, whether it's a carer, whether it's a allied health professional, this is what these people live with every day, and we don't talk about it enough.
At paragraph 69D of your statement, your evidence is that understaffing ought to be addressed by a minimum staffing standard. What do you mean by that?
So at the moment, I think there's several views that are ventilated and probably will be ventilated throughout the course of this commission. Ratios are one area of view. We have a view about minimum staffing levels, that there should be staffing levels that that organisations can't fall below. Those staffing levels should be holistic staffing levels.
And do you distinguish between minimum staffing levels and ratio?
I think the difference is sort of putting a set figure on a ratio in an area where we're growing and consistently growing. I just think I wouldn't suggest for a minute it's short-sighted or anything, but I think we need to be a little bit more scientific in where we're trying to get to. So when we're looking at a holistic minimum staffing level, we're talking about RNs, we're talking about allied health professionals, we're talking about carers. It's a collective workforce that works together. When you don't have an RN on night shift, and there's places who will say, well, we do, but they're on call. So if there's a problem, you ring and the RN on call will deal with it. I think that's grossly unfair to the resident. It's also grossly unfair to the nurse who's got that level of responsibility to make a decision not on site. That also reflects then onto the ambulance service, who will ultimately be called in to be able to address the matter. So I think it's something that we need to consider. What does a aged care workforce look like going forward? I think where it's been in the last 20 years to where it's going to need to be in the next 20 years is matter for an open consultation and discussion. One issue that we are very interested in is a shared service in relation to allied health professionals.
And what do you mean by a shared service?
So at the moment, let's take for a regional area, let's take Canberra for instance. So you might have 40 aged care facilities there, and some are private, some are public, there's a range of them. Some of those facilities won't have the ability to actually engage a psychologist or a social worker. But I can guarantee everyone in that, or not everyone, but there will be a percentage of people in all of those facilities who will wake up with depression every day. And they'll just want to talk to someone. They will actually want to be able to deal with how they're feeling, like the rest of us do on a day-to-day basis, and we have that ability. So a shared service along those lines might be, instead of a facility trying to employ an OT or a speech therapist or a physiotherapist or a social worker or a physiotherapist or a psychologist, there could be a regional hub that each of those facilities can draw on a regular basis. One, it'll actually get people in those allied health areas regional jobs, but two, it'll have a facility where each of the residents or each of the aged care facilities will be able to buy into, which would actually be good for the resident at the end of the day, and I think workable from a whole range of reasons.
Why in the current setting aren't more staff, more people engaged by aged care providers?
Because ultimately there's a funding issue, and this is a matter for, obviously won't be resolved here, but we have seen over and over again that the lack of funding going into aged care is going to determine what facilities look like, what staffing numbers there currently are, and how those staff are actually engaging with the residents or the clients.
You gave the example of a shared service being able to coordinate, for example, someone to provide mental health support or a psychologist.
Yeah.
How does it work in the current setting, to your understanding?
Look, I think it works at different levels, and there's not one particular level. So for-profit companies may have a better access to those sorts of services. Certainly not-for-profit, a lot of the religious groups, particularly regional religious groups, they are struggling to actually comply with some basic compliance issues, let alone being able to engage allied health professionals on a regular basis. What
do you say that a minimum staffing standard should look like?
Look, I think that's,
future?
again, I wouldn't be in a position now to actually advocate that. I'd be speculating. I think this is something that as a consequence of the focus of this Royal Commission could come to the point of indicating that the groups, whether the unions, the organisations, the government, need to come together and agree what that minimum standard looks like, and a minimum that can't fall below. and a minimum that is holistic in terms of its outcomes for the workers and also the aged care residents. So to say today, look, here's a minimum of X, would not be factual. To say this group need to, have a number of X, again, is not factual. We're not dealing with what the numbers are, what the numbers are projected to be. So simplistic approach to that, I thought would be disingenuous with this commission. But I think if we are going to have some kind of level of science around it, I think there needs to be a total commitment to work that number out with all parties playing their role, because this is not something that we can revisit again in 10 years. We need to resolve it now.
In your experience and what your members are telling you, what are the principles that ought to underpin a minimum staffing standard?
One, that there is adequate level of RNs, there's adequate level of
You're referring to
carers.
registered nurses?
Yes, correct. So adequate level of registered nurses, there's an adequate level of carers, there's an adequate level of allied health professionals. There needs to be a minimum standard for any aged care facility, and that is with respect to the fact that some aged care facilities maybe have 50 beds, some may have 100 beds, some may have 25 beds. Some may be public, some may be run by local councils, some may be run by religious groups and so forth. So it needs to be able to take in that whole level of different demographics and ultimately come to the point of what that number or what those numbers would effectively look like.
At paragraph 31 of your statement, you consider the current system and you refer to a general regime of economising.
Yes.
What do you mean by that, Mr Hayes?
We're looking at economising through predominantly people who are engaged in aged care, part-time workers, not full-time workers. So suddenly then they're not necessarily casual workers either by that stretch. So to have people engaged as part-timers as opposed to casuals, you'll see a saving in relation to casual loading. So that's a small group there.
And what does that mean for the workers in those circumstances?
Oh, it still means that they're playing catch up from day one. They don't have any guarantee of tenure. They don't have any guarantee that there's 38 hours a week. They don't have any guarantee of getting a loan. And can I say this? Majority of people who work in aged care are women. With the HESTA figures, HESTA superannuation figures, the average super balance for people working in aged care is $18,000. So that's an issue in itself. Getting back to your question is that outsourcing your responsibility to a third party who may or may not have any interest at all, and we can, in further submissions, be able to identify that very clearly. So whether it's actually employing people who are not well qualified, are not well suited, could be predisposed to any kind of inappropriate behaviour, who are not well remunerated from that fact either, and indeed are exploited openly. And if those labour hire companies, for a better name, are prepared to undertake that level of activity of exploitation with the worker, what care would they have for the facility or indeed the clients that are ultimately to be looked after in that facility? So we look at that, we look at areas where cleaning products may be watered down, we look at areas where incontinence pads and so forth are limited, or indeed there's a suggestion that we should not be using as many. Like, I think the bottom line to this whole commission is about dignity, and I could not imagine anything less dignified than that.
You give the example of there being a decline in other industries in this country, and you've just stated then, consistent with other evidence that this commission has heard this week, that the aged care worker is typically a female.
Yes.
And we know that that person is typically older. Does the Health Services Union have a view as to how the increasing demand for workers in this sector can be met in such a way that a broader spectrum of the community is engaged in that work?
And I think this has been done in the past. I think if you go back to probably about the early 80s or mid 80s, there's not too many people who want to work in jails, and there's not too many people who want to join the army. The government has taken on activities from a marketing point of view to actually develop those areas that people have an interest now. People have a predisposition or an understanding that aged care is not an area that you'll get a great deal of satisfaction. We can absolutely say that nothing is further from the truth. We have seen in our organisation alone people who used to work on the assembly lines of car factories who are now working in aged care who love it. One indeed has indicated that, I wish I'd done this some years ago. That level of human engagement, that level of involvement that has not been actually publicised and marketed, that people can see that this is something more than a very bad preconceived idea that has never been actually ventilated in any other way. And I think if we can get people to understand that this is an incredibly rewarding area. I can give an example of my own time with dealing with this one guy, and this is probably going back about 25 years now. I still remember it vividly, how I spent time with him. He was telling me how he was a bomber pilot and flew Lancasters, and the experiences that this gentleman had that I would never have in my life, and the commitment he had and the dangers he went through. And then he told me about his family and how they all came together, and it was just such a spiritual, incredible experience just to listen to. I get emotional about that stuff, I've got to tell you, and that's not put out there into the community. And when you have an opportunity to be involved in things like that, I think people are going to say, hey, this is something I want to be involved with. This is something that is not what I thought it was at all. And I think most people who work in aged care will tell you they go to work not for the money, and clearly they don't go to work for the money. They go to the work for the love of what they do. And I think this is something that this society is lost sight of at this point in time.
What strategies does the Health Services Union suggest could address the negative perception of working in aged care that currently persists?
Look, I think it's about engagement with as we talk about, sort of respecting our senior people, and I think it's just ticking a box, quite frankly, and we move on to whatever the next issue is. We really need to make our senior citizens, the people who got us to where we are, we need to make them special. There's another example that one of our senior councillors, our senior vice president actually raised. She works in an aged care facility. She finds it so disconcerting that on Anzac Day that they will dress up these guys, the veterans, and get them ready for the Anzac Day march. And it's such a special day for these people. There's women and men. And then after Anzac Day is over, then nobody comes and visits them. They're left by themselves. And it's only the people who are working in aged care who see them on that day-to-day basis, who give them that, that level of respect, that level of dignity, that level of, feeling that makes them who they are and and the experiences they had. So I think that I'm not going to tell government what to do, but the fact of the matter is we need to start to put our forebears on a pedestal that they deserve. And we need to do that not only from a funding strategy, but we need to be able to do that from a community strategy, which would involve a media strategy, which would involve engagement through local community groups, that there's just not an aged care facility somewhere out there, that aged care facility is actually facilitated. And I know there are some groups where children come into aged care facilities and those sorts of things. They're good first steps, but we've got to be able to, as an industrial community, where we're seeing a lot of our manufacturing sector and other sectors slowing down. This is a growing sector, and I think if we can do something as simple as promoting the positives within the sector, promoting that it's probably better to work in an area where you can care for people and get that emotional return, as opposed to just, putting cans on shelves at Woolies and getting the same amount of money. I think there is an opportunity for the future to be different than it currently is today, and definitely different where it was 20 years ago.
At paragraph 66 of your statement, you refer to cost shifting.
Yep.
What do you mean by that, Mr Hayes?
So this is another form of where aged care facilities try to cut back. Some live within their means. Some others may have other alternative strategies for it, but as my experience as an ambulance paramedic, and I've been speaking with our paramedic members recently, nothing much has changed. Particularly on a night shift, when there's limited staff in an aged care area, or let's take it for in the middle of winter, 2 o'clock in the morning, someone needs a catheter change. So what we would do is that they'd call the ambulance, they might call a doctor, they might call the registered nurse who should be on shift, but to save costs, they'll put the registered nurse on call, and then they'll call the ambulance. So the ambulance will then come at 2 in the morning, take the person out to probably about 10 degrees or less, take them to the hospital. They'll wait around the hospital for about 2, 3, 4, 5 hours, and then probably about 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning, they'll be returned back to their bed.
And what do you say the effect of cost shifting, in the example you've given the commissioners, is on people receiving aged care?
Oh, I think that is. I think it is that you're saying how often would that happen? Is that what you're indicating?
What's the impact on people that are placed in that situation?
Oh, it's dreadful. It's number one. It's promoting a shorter lifespan. So bearing in mind, we're talking about frail people now, taking them out into the elements and sort of upsetting. I don't like sort of waking up too many times during the night, let alone having a whole journey for something that can be done. So it's got a detrimental effect in the short term and the longer term for these residents. And ultimately, it's something that an aged care facility, again, care being the ultimate word, this is something relatively straightforward that should be able to be done, and if there was an RN on duty, would be able to be done. So that's an issue there. There's other issues for the ambulance paramedics where people will fall over. The ambulance paramedic will be called many times to put people back into bed because there is a lack of staff to be able to get people off the floor. So they're fundamental issues that, again, the cost goes on to the state government. There is, however, I'm not just going to come here and bleat about things. The state governments have what they call now as extended care paramedics who look after low acuity type work like those two things. There can be arrangements made between the state services and the aged care facilities to be able to take those matters into effect. So an aged care resident doesn't have to be taken out in the middle of the night. There's actually someone, and I would advocate, number one, that you would have an RN there who would be able to undertake these sort of matters. But for whatever reason, and I can't think of, so I won't advocate that they shouldn't be there, but there is extended care paramedics who actually can facilitate these matters without having to be taken into the public hospital system.
Do you have members who are working in home care as well?
We have a limited number of members who work in home care. The United Voice have a vast majority of members who work in home care. It's a difficult area in its own right, and I think something that's becoming increasingly difficult though.
And what are your members telling you about their experiences working in home care?
Oh, it's increasingly problematic. So many of our members would be on 8-hour contracts a fortnight. They may work several shifts. They may work limited shifts. When they're travelling to a particular location, I believe it's the first trip that they do. Is being paid for. Other trips that they may do during that period are not. We're also seeing that some people who may need to be at a particular place at 9 o'clock, and then they may need to be there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, will wait around if there's nothing to do during the day. And so that's an area that we don't have a huge influence in, or a huge membership base in, but that's my understanding at the moment.
The issues that you've described and given evidence in regarding staff and people working in aged care, predominantly in residential care, is that in respect to aged care services in the city?
No, it's both city and country. Countries, regional areas is a lot more, it's got its own difficulties.
And what do you describe as the specific difficulties?
So in regional New South Wales, I think regional Australia, the level of unemployment is a lot higher. The ability to attract a range of different resources is difficult. So in terms of getting allied health professionals and other health professionals to be able to work in aged care is another challenge for those areas. Many of the aged care religious groups are subsidised by their metropolitan counterparts, and quite frankly wouldn't be able to function without that subsidy going forward. So, and then you've got the tyranny of distance generally. So you may have people who, from a resident point of view, who may be obviously in aged care, but their relatives may be some hundreds of kilometres away. So having that family contact on a consistent basis is something that is difficult as well.
What are the specific staffing issues that your members are telling you they're facing in regional areas?
Basically, one is that there is not enough people on shift at any point in time.
And how does that impact someone doing their work?
So if you could imagine, let's say for a facility that may have 50 beds, you may have 2, possibly 3 people on an afternoon or an evening shift. You may have a medical emergency straight away that will take 2 people away. And then you've got potentially, if you have a third person, 1 person to deal with any other matters. Now, a person who needs a lifter to get in and out of bed can't be done by yourself. If someone has had a fall, how to be able to address that by oneself. To be able to get meals out, to be able to actually get people to the bathroom on time. All those things are addressed in a very difficult way. And again, it will take a lot out of the resident. It will take a lot out of the worker who is currently there. So, and that's just, I think, a pretty average sort of day. There could be areas where you have a high intensity. Sometimes, you know, there will be issues like gastro will go through an aged care facility, which can kill a lot of people. And these are serious things. And so making sure that the appropriate cleanliness of an aged care facility is something that people don't generally think about. But if those bugs are allowed to fester, that can be catastrophic for an aged care facility. So it has a real effect right the way through, something that most people in this room would be able to cope with pretty well. As you get older, your immunity is not what it was. So people are far more susceptible to illnesses and can be very, very serious.
Does the Health Services Union have involvement with workers who are working in regional and remote areas?
Yes, we do.
And how do you engage with those workers?
We have regionally based organisers who visit them on at least a 6 monthly basis, and that in New South Wales, for example, that means going right out to Broken Hill and all those smaller regional areas as well. So we make sure that we touch base with all of our members at least twice a year.
And what are your members in those areas saying that their issues are?
They're saying the same things as every other person is saying, is that the work is so hard, that they care so much, that their frustration is just overwhelming, that there is not enough staff, the training is insufficient, the recognition is non-existent. They are screaming out for help, and not for themselves, for the residents. Virtually everyone will say it's about what I can't do for this resident. And I noticed there was one comment made by one of our people that's, you know, what was your worst day? And the member said, not being able to help this resident enough before she goes to heaven. And I think that was really quite stunning for me, that comment.
Thank you, Commissioners. They are the questions I'd seek to take this witness to.
Mr. Hayes, you've described the breakdown in membership between the HSU and United Voice broadly along the lines of residential care and home care, but there's obviously an overlap. Is that demarcation arrangement peculiar to New South Wales, or is it national?
It's peculiar to New South Wales, as I understand.
And is that because of historically there've been state-based
correct
arrangements?
That's right.
Well, could you tell us what the position is nationally?
Could I take that on notice?
Yes, certainly.
I'll get you an accurate answer on that.
It does, however, lead into a further question, and that is the extent to which your two organisations cooperate in dealing with issues such as training
yes.
and things of that kind.
I think up until probably in the last 12 months, we've started a jointly United Voice and ourselves, Our Turn to Care campaign. It's probably been going actually for 18 months or more now. That has been particularly focused on the aged care industry and the training, a whole range of matters that affect our members. We had, I think it'd be fair to say, the three groups, the nurses and midwives, United Voice and ourselves, all been acting unilaterally. But as time has gone on and over the past several years, we're seeing that this is becoming something of not an individual organisation's interest. It's far bigger than that. And so over the last 18 months at least, we've been starting to advocate and agitate for enhanced training, for enhanced conditions, enhanced government funding and so forth, to be able to actually deal with this matter once and for all, as opposed to the emerging piecemeal approach that's been happening.
And in your dealings with employers, am I right in thinking that the response you're getting from the employers about inability to do various things through lack of funding reflects a concern on their part just as much as on your members' part? In other words, that they would wish to be doing more if they could.
I'd agree with that, Commissioner. Look, I think there are some, like every industry, there's some areas of, well, some employers will exploit no matter what, but I think there's a lot of employers out there who are trying to do the best they can with what they have, and what they have just simply isn't enough. So we have generally a good relationship with many employers, and I think if the employers could get to a point where they could adequately fund a whole range of their competing interests, that would take the pressure obviously off our members, support what their vision statements would be, and also look after the residents at the end of the day. So this is, I think, one of those areas where many of us are on the same page, albeit that we may be coming from different areas.
Anything arising out of that, Michelle?
No, Commissioner.
Mr. Hayes, thank you for coming and giving us your time this morning. It's been invaluable.
Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner.
you. The Commission will adjourn until 11:20.
Silence or silence. Please be seated.
Yes, Miss Bergen.
I call Kay Frances Warriner.
I swear
I swear
by Almighty God
by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
and
nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Please bring up document number WIT 0031.0001.0001. Ms. Warriner, there should be a hard copy of your statement there in the witness box in front of you.
There is.
Is that your statement?
It is, yes.
And do you wish to make any amendments to your statement?
No.
I want to check one thing in respect of paragraph 33.
33.
Were there any edits you wanted to make to the age of the family member that you
Yeah, my
described?
family member is currently 60 years old and went into, sorry,
Is she currently 67 years old?
yes, that's wrong there. 67 years old and went into residential aged care when she was 61.
61. So, subject to those two edits, are the contents of your statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
I tender the statement of Kay Frances Warriner, document WIT 0031.0001.0001 and the identified annexures. Commissioners?
Is the witness statement of Kay Frances Warriner dated the 18th of February 2019 will be Exhibit 1-61.
Ms. Warriner, what role do you have in respect of aged care?
I'm a carer for my husband, Leslie John Warriner.
And when was the first contact you had with My Aged Care about Les?
That was back in October 2016.
And why did you first contact My Aged Care?
Due to Les's some restrictions, we were looking to have things put in the bathroom to help assist for showering and in the toilet area.
And how did you find out about My Aged Care?
With that, it was quite some years prior. I had a daughter who worked in the carers at the carers situation, carers support, and she had given me a folder of information that we may need down the track as we aged, and I went to that and was looking through that. So that's how I come to ring the My Aged Care.
And what happened after you contacted My Aged Care?
Well, My Aged Care sent out a person to do an assessment on Les, and from that we then were able to have the support through having the bathroom and the toilet areas fixed, and we had contact through those for a different service provider and that to provide those services, and that's how that all came about.
So when did this occur?
That was in November 2016.
And when did you first telephone My Aged Care to make the inquiry?
The
that
first
you
contact, yeah, that was in October 2016.
And what modifications were made to the bathroom?
In the
after
bathroom,
assessment?
in the shower area, they put two rails for access to hang on to in the bathroom area. And then in the toilet area, there was a rail put beside the toilet and a toilet raiser applied.
And was this part of the Commonwealth Home Support Program?
Yes.
And what financial contribution did you have to make to the works that were done?
Well, we were charged from the service provider. They came out, measured it up, and then we paid an amount which was a lot cheaper than if I had have gone to without having the support of that program. It only cost us $51, which was absolutely a financial help to us.
And so what else, apart from the bathroom modifications, has Les received through the Commonwealth Home Support Program?
Through the Commonwealth Home Support, which we still get that support at the moment, through the course of the journey, he has a service provider come out 3 times a week to apply cream to his legs, and his surgical stockings help him with those on and off because he has issues with his legs.
And what cost is that to you?
To us, that's $10 per visit, and we get billed fortnightly.
And how often does the service provider attend at your house?
That's a Monday, Wednesday and Friday. But public holidays, there's no attendance unless you want to pay extra money, normal fees.
Okay. Now, so that's the Commonwealth Home Support Program. Has Les been assessed for a home care package?
Yeah, he certainly was. In November 2017, we had an ACAT team member come out to the house, and Les was assessed for a home care package, which is different to the Commonwealth program. So he was assessed and approved for a package 3, a medium package 3.
And when was this?
This was in November 2017.
Now, I'll ask the operator to turn to KWH 9999.0001.0006. Is this the letter that Les was sent following the assessment by the ACAT team?
That was sent to Les, yes.
And how long, I'll withdraw that. What prompted your request for an assessment for Les at this time in November 2017?
Because of his health deterioration and things that I was doing for Les, at that stage I knew I had to go into hospital, and so I rang to see what other assistance we might be able to get while I was in hospital.
Okay. And what happened during the ACAT assessment at your house?
Right, once the assessment was finished, the lady doing the assessment made a comment that not to sit back and do nothing over the time while we were waiting, but to continually phone in to the contact centre to try and find out where Les might be in the queue. And that was what was told to us on that day.
So after that assessment, what advice were you given about how long it might take for the level 3 package to arrive?
Right. We were told at the very beginning that it could be 12 to 18 months for the package.
I'll take you to one of the second attachment to your statement, which is KWH 9999.0001.0004.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is this letter in the first paragraph says, you have moved up in the national queue and we expect that you may be assigned a home care package in about 3 months. And if I take the operator, if you could turn to the next page of that same letter. The date on that letter is the 21st of March 2018. So you received this letter?
We did, and it made us very hopeful that the package was coming through, and that we were looking forward then to be able to assess certain services for Les, to put in place some more services. It made us very happy at the time and very thankful. So then we just sat back and waited to see, expecting that the package would be following very, very shortly.
And so in the 3 months after, how did you find out about the status of Les's application and his progress
Right, so what I was doing, I was accessing the MyGov portal for aged care, and in there will show you the sort of time that it might be. But time went on, and it was not till 10 months later that we received the next letter.
Okay, so I'll ask the operator to turn to kw8.9999.0001.0001. So is this the next letter that you were just referring to then?
That came on the 5th of February this year.
This year?
This year, telling us that we had been assigned a level 2 package, but indicates in the letter that's not the package, not the package that you were assigned, but this will help you get you started for some of the services.
And if the operator could please turn to the third page of that same letter, just to identify the date on that letter is the 5th of February 2019. So how long then has Les been waiting for his level 3 package at the current time?
From the 6th of November 2017 up until February 9, and up until today we're still waiting for the home care package level 3.
And have you asked for information about Les's progress in the queue in relation to his level 3 package?
I certainly have, and this is where my frustration comes in, because when you ring the contact centre, they don't know. They can't give you an exact time or date of when you might be receiving the package. So to me, this is where you're given false hope that a package is coming through, but you cannot find out exactly what's happening. So otherwise you could cut the cloth to suit whatever the situation is. But it's very frustrating, and I've watched Les get very depressed over things about not being able to get the package.
So what have you observed in terms of changes in Les since that first letter we brought up in the screen? You mentioned you were helpful when you were advised that it would be 3 months till the level 3 package would arrive. Mm-hmm. How has Les's health changed since that time?
There has been a deterioration in his health. He's had a trip to hospital. He has cellulitis in his legs, and Les also had, way back in 2008, he had a quadruple bypass, and from that time to now, Les doesn't sleep in his bed, he sleeps in a chair. So the biggest thing for us has been wanting to get a chair that he can have the legs brought up, the footrest. He currently has a manual chair, but because he has arthritis in his hands, he can't use the little button on the side to get that up for his legs. So what we did is we bought a little, what they call a little puffy thing for him to elevate his legs, but that's a danger. He's already had a fall. When he wakes up, he also has prostate cancer. So when he wakes up through the night to go to the toilet, and I think most people would agree, if you wake up in the middle of the night, you're not fully conscious, and he's tripped over that. It's just a dangerous thing. So when we thought we were getting the package, thought, great, we can do away with that. That's a health hazard in the house, and we can get him the chair. But having said that, on one of my calls into the centre, I was told the money's not for that, and I thought, this is strange.
So when you say the money's not for that, are you talking about the chair that is appropriate to sleep in?
Yes, the money's not for that. So I rang the service provider. We've already made up our mind way back then which service provider we were going with. So we've had constant contact with that service provider. And I was told by the service provider, Kay, that's wrong, because this is an aid to stop further trips, that it would be, the money would be eligible for that.
So how did you acquire the chair that he's sleeping in at the moment?
No, our daughter gave him that chair because she'd changed her lounge suite, so she gave her father that chair. But It just cannot manipulate the button on the side.
So it's a comfortable chair, but it's not a chair that's
Yes,
designed to be
yes.
slept in, is that
Yes,
right?
that's
Yeah.
correct.
And did you mention, I think you mentioned that Les has arthritis in his hands.
his
So does that
hands.
affect his ability to utilise the
out the
buttons
button.
on the chair?
Definitely, yes.
So overall, how long has Les been in the queue for a level 3 home care package?
From the 6th of November 2017 up until this point in time, which is over 450 or 60 odd days.
Yeah,
Yes.
450 or 60 days. And how have you felt while Les has been in the queue this 450 days?
Well, it's hard to watch your loved one. I mean, we've been married for 56 years, to watch their health deteriorate. And I just feel with the extra support financially, we'll be able to help perhaps delay some of those onset things that are happening with age, like by hydrotherapy, physiotherapy. He's even finding it hard. Now, we only have a small patch of area at home in the garden to do. He'll cut the grass, but I have to do all the edges and things. You know, it's just too hard.
Right, so when you say that physio might be helpful,
Yes.
have you observed, have you a fear that Les has deteriorated faster than he might have done if he'd got the level
The
3 home package
support, yes.
when you expected it?
The thing that I have witnessed and seen was prior, I'm trying to think of the actual time frame now, but he did have a physiotherapist and that coming out from one of the service providers, but that service provider was taken over by another company, so they had to stop because the lasses that were doing it didn't know whether they had a job at that stage. So that's taken a couple of months for that all to play out. And the thing is that we've had letters from them to say we can resume that because he was getting this support and the exercises was strengthening his legs. So I could see a difference in that. He was a very athletic person in his younger years. So I could see that. But because of financial restraints, we are both on a full pension and we don't have any other income and we live in a rental property. So just natural living is out there. So we've decided, right, that surely this package is not far away. We'll just wait now till that comes in and then go ahead with the services.
Now, you mentioned that you've used the My Aged Care portal on
Yes.
the internet. What's been your experience using the portal?
For me, it's not a huge difficulty because of my work background. But what I've found, and it's a bit confusing to me, is you go into the portal and there are certain headings that you can access. One of them being the interactions. So under the interactions, it will show you a date and a number against it each time that I've contacted the contact centre. But for me to get in there and open that, to have a look at what have they recorded for the last, and I've been trying this now for about 6 to 8 weeks, getting everything ready for this today, I couldn't get in. So I actually phoned and they put me through to the IT service department, but I've tried 3 times and I've had no response about this. So I printed out the copy of the how to use the portal. It's about 27 pages long. So on one page it shows you, on the specific page that I was trying to get into, it shows you a little thing at the bottom that says show all. That's not on my screen. The other confusing thing was when I'm talking to my service provider and saying, I don't understand this, and she said, Kay, I can get that information for you. So she went in, opened up all those things and read out to me what the contact conversation was, which I hand wrote down in preparation for this. So one of the questions I would ask about this portal is, are there different degrees of access? So I, as a client, have one access. A service provider must have another access. So I'm just a bit confused about how that physically works, because as a privacy issue, certainly I should be able to see my own comments of what I've made. What are they putting in when we have this contact? I think that should be looked into on the portal side of it. But it is a good tool. The portal is a good tool.
So how would Les get onto My Aged Care portal if you were no longer able to do it for him?
I'd say with difficulty, because as I said, I've worked on computers, so I have an understanding, but Les hasn't worked on computers. No. Unless I was sat beside him, showing him, no, he wouldn't be able to access it.
So that would be an obstacle for Les in
Yes.
using the finding out about the status of his home
Yes.
care package.
Yes. And there are lots of people out there in our age bracket that would have difficulty, I would say, accessing computers.
Okay. Now you mentioned that you've observed a deterioration in Les since he was assessed in November 2017 by the ACAT team.
Mm-hmm.
Has there been a reassessment since the first assessment was done?
Yes, which I did from memory about October 2018 when I phoned in saying I was concerned because we'd had the letter in March, so we're now in October 2018, where's this package? And so they said, well, the only thing we can do is have a further assessment. So this was all done on the one day. So I did get some phone calls back and they did an assessment over the phone. Now, to me, doing an assessment over the phone was not sufficient because the people who assessed him in 2017, there was no one to see the differences that I can see in that period of time. So a phone assessment I don't think is fully acceptable.
Now, since you've received the letter about Les being able to access the level 2 home care package, what's happened in relation to the level 2 home care package?
Yep. So we have until the 2nd of April to have this on a contract with a provider. So because I said we'd already chosen the one that we want, we've been in contact with them, but because they're very busy at the moment, they're actually physically coming to the house tomorrow to do a face-to-face meeting and create a contract for us for a level 2.
Yeah. And have they described their contract as a home care agreement?
No,
something
because
like that?
they haven't been out yet to the... they did send in the mail a brochure on their services and what they do, but that's all we've had so far.
Okay. Now, turning to a different topic, how is culture relevant to the work that this Royal Commission's doing in its investigation?
For me, personally, my biggest thing is I think it's the respect out there in society about aged people and aged care. I don't think we're given the respect that we should be getting. I look at it as, I just feel this, my own personal view, that aged care has become a commodity for people to make money on in certain areas. Now, I'm not saying everybody, and there are some great places out there, but what I'm seeing, because I'm retired, I have the time, I view the papers, I watch the TV, I listen to the radio, and you're hearing these, especially with the abuse, elder abuse, but I just think, and I watch around, and there's a lot of the service providers, the names that are coming up, because over the years I've watched, we've always had the certain providers out there that we know the names, we know these areas, but we're getting so many new businesses popping up, and I think, no, everybody's has, well, not everybody, that's stupid to say that, but the government has said we're going to have these packages, which is a great idea. So people have thought, great, new business, I'm going to have a bit of this. And you start seeing these providers, which I don't think are 100% fully trained, fully adequate, but just interested in getting a new business started and getting some money from these government packages.
Mm. So you mentioned before that you have already identified the provider that you'd like to work with, and you'd like to provide care to Les.
Yes.
How did you sort of identify that provider as compared to the providers that you're talking about at the moment?
Okay, so person that I used to work with is working in the medical profession area on projects, and she's been in the lead up to all these packages and things. She'd been to a lot of meetings and things around what would happen with people with packages and things. So she finds that her words to me were, "Kay, this provider is really down to earth and has the person at heart, not just a business, but the person." So I thought, well, that's good enough for me. And they also, I know that they run a very excellent respite centre and a end of life situation. So I thought, well, this is where we're at, this is where we're heading. So that's why I chose that provider.
So you've carefully researched sort of the options
Yes.
and identified some providers that you feel are favourable and others that you're not as sure about.
In my mind, yes.
Okay. And so is there anything else you wanted to say to the Royal Commission about your experience with aged care and the aged care system?
Well, I have had, within the aged care, I have a very close family member who went into aged care at a younger age and is still in aged care now. And she's been there 6 years. So in the very first instance when I was visiting this aged care centre, the first thing that came to me was the smell in this place. I thought, oh no, aged care. But over the last couple of years, this aged care centre here in South Australia has changed hands. The gardens have been beautified, the whole place has been changed and painted and everything. And in these last couple of years, visiting there now is, when I walk in, is totally different than when I first. So there is abilities for people to do better things. And this is only a small home for the aged. So I've had, that exposure to aged care. But the only thing is, through the very first instance, I think has put very fearful thoughts for Les and I to go into home aged care. So we're strongly trying to prevent going into home aged care.
Do you have any other questions, Dean? That concludes my questions of this witness. Thank you.
Ms Warriner, the correspondence that you've exhibited to your statement indicates that at various points you've been given to expect that within a certain number of months certain benefits would become available.
Yes.
When those deadlines have expired, has My Home Care taken the initiative and contacted you and told you that the deadline was not going to be met, or have you just had to wait for a while? Nothing's happened, so you then make contact.
Exactly right. And probably because we've kind of sat back and waited, like my husband to say, nothing's come yet. But watching TV and hearing the radio and different people ringing in about home care packages and how long they've had to wait, I was coming to the realisation we've just got to wait. We've got no option to do anything.
I've read the correspondence and I can see nothing in it by way of explanation for the delays when they have occurred. No. When you have been speaking to the people at the end of the telephone line, have you ever been given an explanation as to why the, I won't say promised deadlines, but the expectation dates have not been met?
No, because my background is in contact centres, I kind of have an understanding of how much knowledge the people that work in the contact centres have and are given. And I've asked the straight out question, can you tell me when this level 3 package will come through? And they just say, no, we don't know.
Well, it's the when I understand, but I'm more concerned about the why.
No, there's been no.
It's
no.
never been explained to you why the expectations haven't been met.
No, because there's lots of, in my head, there's lots of questions about how are the packages handled from 1 to 4. Les is on a medium 3. Is there a difference in package 3? Is there levels? And if after you're assigned a package, and that was back in 2016, it tells you, common sense tells you there's going to be a lot of people along that time that are assigned a package and possibly, and would be, level 4. So does that mean Les goes down the queue every time a 4 comes in? These are the sort of questions I would like to have some access to, that sort of knowledge.
Nobody has provided it to you from the call centre or
No,
elsewhere.
no.
That's a pretty concerning suggestion, and given the supply constraints that have been evident around the levels of packages, you may well be right. We will certainly follow that up and have a good look at it. Thank you for speaking to us today. It's been incredibly important. I'm wondering if you could give us any indication at all of when you're given a choice by the aged care, My Aged Care, do they say this is an approved provider, or what happens as part of those communications?
No, with the, as regards to choose your service provider, they tell you you can access that through the portal. There'll be a list of service providers that you can go to, and when you look at brochures and things, it tells you on the brochures that there's an address that you can go into and bring up the service providers, but they don't point you in the direction of a they don't tell you take this one. They leave the choice is ours.
So the free market's operating.
Yes.
Do they give you information about the services that each of the particular providers provide, or is it an assumption that if you choose a provider, they will then bring in extra services?
To provide, yeah, because the service providers then have their own brochures and tell you what they're able to provide.
We will, throughout the course of these hearings, explore the question of what the national queue means in practice.
Yes, yes.
And how that national queue applies across states and indeed regions within it. At the moment, that's not exactly transparent to me, at least, but I'll have a look at that. And the situation as it relates to South Australia is clearly quite important. If you've been told you're getting a 3-month waiting period,
Yes.
and then, all this time later you're still waiting, you've got to question how those different parts of the queue and the packages have been managed.
Yeah. Okay. Hope I've been of some assistance.
Commissioners, if this witness may be excused, I have no further questions.
Ms Warrener, you have been of great assistance.
Thank
you
you.
very much.
Thank you for your time.
We propose to call a further witness before the luncheon adjournment, if that's convenient
Yes,
to the
certainly.
Commissioners.
But you'd like the hearing stood down briefly while the witness is prepared?
Yes. Thank
Yes,
you, Commissioners.
Very well. Well, we'll be the Commission will temporarily adjourn. Yes, Mr Bolster.
Thank you, Commissioner. I call Margaret Jane Harker, who is in the witness box, Commissioners.
I solemnly and sincerely
I
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the
and
truth.
nothing but the truth.
If document number WIT 0053 0001 could be brought up, please. Ms Harker, is this your statement?
It is.
And you can see it there on the screen,
I can.
and you have a hard copy in front of you as well?
I do.
All right. Let us know if it's a bit small. We can make it larger for you at any time. Are there any changes you wish to make to that statement?
No.
And is it true and correct to the best of your knowledge
Yes, it is.
and belief? Now, Ms Harker, I want to ask you some questions about the statement and about your story.
Mm-hmm.
You're currently 72
Am.
and you were for a long period of time employed in the public service.
And other things, yes.
I think you told me outside that you have a PhD in history
Yes, I do.
and you worked in that field in the Senate for
I
a
did,
time.
yes.
Yeah. All right. And you have been an independent person all your life?
Yes, all my adult life, definitely.
And you're currently on a level 4
Yes.
Commonwealth home care package, and you also receive Commonwealth home support program funding as well.
Yes, I have done.
We'll talk about why you received 2 packages in due course, but at the moment I'd like to explore how you came to be in that position. You had a health problem, didn't you, when you were about 64?
I had a stroke,
Yes.
which came on very suddenly, and it was a Friday. I'd been working during the week. I worked Monday to Thursday. I was with my daughter because it was her birthday, and at the end of the day I felt a bit dizzy. The next day I just collapsed completely at home, and I'd had apparently an aneurysm, and it was affected by high blood pressure and stress, so that's what happened. I suddenly was in hospital.
And how long were you in hospital for?
Altogether about 8 months.
And I understand from your statement there was a long period of convalescence as well and rehabilitation.
Yes.
What did that involve?
Well, it was all done in hospital because I was first of all in the acute stroke ward. I went into one hospital, but the main Canberra hospital was on the other side of town. It had a stroke ward. The Calvary Hospital didn't, so I was transferred across there. And then they have a rehabilitation unit, and Ward 12B, it was well known. They said there's a space in 12B, so you can go in there, you can have rehabilitation. So that was, most people had 3 months. That was sort of regulated, you can have money for 3 months of therapy and rehabilitation. Then there was a unit called the Independent Learning Unit, which was a halfway house to going home, and I went into that for another 2 months, I think, maybe 3.
Now, you left the rehabilitation and went back to your old home, and
Yes.
there were problems there.
Yes.
I just want to take you back to the position you were in before the stroke.
Mm-hmm.
What was your intention? What was your plan for your future? As you got older, what were you hoping to do?
Before that point, for a few years, I thought, well, I'll retire at 65 and I'll do a lot of the things that I enjoy doing, but you can do privately in retirement, including history and from a family history point of view, and some more general research projects. I thought I would write more stuff. and just spend time doing a lot of things that I liked, like reading. I was a singer, bushwalking, swimming, that sort of thing, and that I might do a bit more travel, but not too much, because I expected I would not have much superannuation, not much money to draw on. So that was earlier, but by about that time, when I was 64 and I was working in this particular job and the one just before it, I realised that I was fine. I'd love to go further on. I wanted to retire maybe at 70.
All right.
I knew I had, my marbles were fine. I just wanted to keep going. And also because my super was really pretty minimal,
Right.
like most women.
Compare that to after you came home and there were problems with the home and you had to sell the home and
Yep.
buy the unit that you're now in.
Eventually, yes.
Yeah. You were quoted in an article in the Canberra Times as saying this. Let me just read this to you because I want to get your perspective on this. You said everything, your home meant everything to you. It was your independence. You said you've made it a beautiful nest. I can play music. I've got my cat and my garden. Now that was something you said in 2015. You'd been in that home, you'd set yourself up in that home for some time. How important is it to you to remain in your own home?
It's actually vital. And I have spent a few months in an aged care complex in a respite area. After I finished I had second stint in hospital, then they wanted my bed, so I ended up in this place until my new house, my new unit, was refurbished and made completely accessible. I knew that I'm not somebody who fits easily in any institution. But I think how I was at that time, how I still am, is independent thinker and make my own decisions, always have done. Always had a car, always had responsibility for getting it serviced, change my own tyres, that sort of thing. That I thought, being in an institution of any kind would take that independence of spirit away from me. Whereas at home, I had the opportunity to do what I wanted with it usually. I could decorate it the way I wanted. I could sing, practice my choral music. I could do that stuff. I have never been without a pet. I'd had 2 cats and a dog, but eventually I ended up with 1 cat, and I just felt I couldn't live without her. And if I live anywhere, it's important to have a warm furry presence nearby.
Right.
And usually like sleeping on me, even though I end up with scratch marks everywhere. But yeah, that is critical.
Could we turn to the services that you currently need to get by? Because you get 2 levels of service. What's done for you in the day? Who comes and helps you on a typical day?
There are 2 sets of service. In the morning, somebody comes about 7 or 7:30 and gets me a cup of tea because I have bad nights. I'm not a night person. I'm not a morning person anyway. And so they give me the cup of tea, so I sort of revive slightly, and a bit of toast, and then I can get into the shower, and then they dress me. That's one thing. I cannot dress myself. I can't undress myself. So they get me dressed, and I can't dry myself. There are parts of me that I simply can't reach, and the paralysed side, I can't use this hand at all, and it's very heavy. It's a dead arm. It weighs a lot it feels like it weighs a lot. So a carer helps me with those things, and prepares the day because I spend a lot of time alone. They make me sandwich for lunch. They always make me I always have fruit, and they cut that up so that I can have that later with my dinner, because whoever comes in later to do the dinner hasn't got time to do that. So they prepare things so that they're available for me during the day and at night. and did a quick clean up. Anything, you know, I drop things a lot. There's always crumbs around, and they tidy it up. And they feed the cat, which of course she thinks is the most critical thing in the day.
How long are they there for in the morning?
90 minutes.
And then in the evening?
Most of the time it's 1 hour, but when I started to get pre-prepared food but not cooked delivered, which was everything else I had delivered before that, like light and easy, was very low on the right kind of carbs or on meat or any sort of protein, so I wasn't thriving on those things.
So when the carer comes in the evening, what do they do for you?
Well, first of all, if it's a night when I've got some of the food to be cooked, they will start that off. Then, of course, they'll feed the cat, and then they prepare other things like my meds have to be sorted at that time because I take quite a lot at night. And they bring out the fruit and put it there with some other things that I might need during the night.
Yeah.
Then they set the bed up if it's not already, and then they get me into my nightie, and then I get to bed. If they've been cooking on, then I get the food on a tray. I have a hospital type bed, and I have one of those tray tables on wheels. So that's all set up, and particularly has to be arranged so that, because I can only use my right side, it's reachable, but also always on this side. And then, you know, if there's any time at all, which is very rare, they'll sweep around, do some washing up, that sort of stuff, every day.
So you need 2 visits every day, 7 days a week, for essential things.
Yes, yes.
Does the fact that you have 2 packages mean that one package will not deliver all that you need?
Neither of them delivers all I need.
Yeah.
When I started off with an aged care package, home care package, it was not enough.
And the CHSP, that
The HSP,
fills in the gap, does it?
it was supposed to fill in the gap originally, and originally it did, because when I was on the package first of all, and then consumer-directed care came in. At that point, there was a sort of crisis amongst a lot of people who were receiving the packages, because many of us at the highest level of need had been getting what they call cross-subsidisation, which meant that usually we're telling another client, you know, the care organisation, the provider had a block of money, and they might have, say, 20 clients. Yep. Some on level 1 and 2, some on 3 and 4. And so people on 1 and 2 quite often only needed very minimal care and didn't really want to use enough to use up their whole package. So a good manager of a provider organisation would go, all right, do you mind if Margot has this? And they didn't always tell them, I suppose. But mine was topped up that way, so I had just enough money to cover at least my basics.
At the moment, are you getting? Do the 2 packages provide enough funding for you to get what you need?
No.
What's the gap? What do you have to pay for yourself to get what you need?
I'm not paying anything myself at the moment. There is some emergency subsidy coming in from the government, and I don't know how, because the provider that I was having CHSP funding through collapsed, went bankrupt overnight, and after some fuss by the clients, I don't know how many of us there were, maybe 40, the department had to step in and do something. They have said that they're going to organise another provider to have the CHSP funding that we had before, and then it will continue as before. It wasn't enough anyway, so what I had already done was, with the agreement of my other provider, divert some of my package funding to weekends and public holidays. I'd lost that as part of the CHSP rejig. So I've got probably 4/5 of my needs covered by CHSP, and that's mostly the morning care. Yeah. I did have weekends and public holiday mornings. That was now suddenly not available to any of us. I had to find some extra money too, because CHSP at that time, when that was taken away, no weekends, no public holiday, there was also a new co-payment introduced of $10 for every service. And I can't really afford that because I'm a full pensioner. I've asked members of my family to help out with that.
Let me talk to you about your providers. When you had the home care and the CHSP, they were different providers?
Yes,
So you had two people looking after the home visits that you received?
yes.
I want to ask you, did that create problems, that you would have two different organisations? Did they talk to one another? Did they
No.
communicate?
No, not really. The problem is normally you would have a provider,
Yeah.
and that is your provider, and it would normally run your package, and that's all. They will have other organisations they broker to, so there might be 4 or 5 what I call agencies. They might actually be providers for other people, but for purposes of my care, they're agencies, and my provider brokers to them. All the payment goes through my provider to them, all the admin, and my provider is a case manager as well. So that's what normally happens. With the two, they didn't really talk to each other. The one that had been my package provider and thought of itself as the principal provider wanted to pretty much monitor and control and direct everything, but they didn't go to war or anything. They didn't really talk to each other. I ended up being the intermediary, the piggy in the middle, I suppose.
You talk about problems actually in delivery, in people not turning up, having different carers from time to time. Could you tell the Commission just a little bit about that side of the story?
Yes. With one of my providers at the moment, the one that's handling most of my evening care, so that's paid for by the package, I've had at least 12 months, probably the 2 months of this year and going back 9 or 10 months of last year, in which it was frankly incompetence, that people were on a roster, didn't know they were on the roster. I hadn't got a copy of the roster, so there's standard procedures where a coordinator will ring round the carers and say, would you be able to take Margot's shift on Thursday? They then say yes or no. I get told they're coming. I also get a copy of the roster. None of that was happening.
Yeah.
But yes, and the main thing that was happening was that they might have said 3 weeks ago they were able to come on the Thursday of that week, but they didn't go on the roster, and a lot of them just live by getting up at the beginning of the week and going, well, who I got this week? So they look at the roster.
Yeah.
But they haven't had the call saying, don't forget, or, this is the length of time, details and so forth.
But you say that they do forget and that there were occasions when people don't turn up. What happens when someone doesn't turn up to help you in the morning?
Different things. If it's morning, I can pretty much get myself out of bed. I can transfer to the wheelchair. I can get into the bathroom. I can go to the toilet, clean my teeth. I can go into the kitchen. I can make a cup of tea. A bit dangerous with boiling water, but I'm very careful. And maybe get a biscuit or a snack.
Yeah.
But that's it. I can get
Can't
myself in the
dress.
shower, but I can't dress afterwards. Unless a very hot day, I could go out in the courtyard, drape myself with something, I don't know. But yeah, it's basically, there was a period where nobody came after this other provider had collapsed, and I just stayed in bed. It was
How long was that? How long was that for?
That I did that for about 2 weeks until I convinced the other provider that they could actually send people to come, and I would pay myself.
You mentioned that you had to pay for that. What
Yes.
What did you have to pay for a visit to help you out in that way?
I never actually found out. It depends on the time of day. Depends on if it's a weekend or a weekday morning, if they start earlier or later. And at night, there's a strange rule whereby if you have a service that goes after 8 o'clock, maybe it's from 7 to 8:30, then you get charged at the post 8 o'clock rate for the whole thing. So you get charged, double backwards. But yes, the mornings, I pretty much stayed in bed, managed to get myself sometimes into a loose outfit of some sort and get myself out into the garden. But that was it, really. Unless occasionally a friend came to help out, and one or two former carers who'd been with this organisation also came in a friendly way to help out, which was wonderful.
That leads me to one of the things that really struck me about your statement. You talk about loneliness of someone in your position on home care. You're not in a residential facility with a whole lot of other people. You're at home exercising your right to be independent. Can you tell the Commission how does loneliness affect someone in your position? How does it feel?
I think it's emotionally very crippling in the sense that it overtakes you quite a lot at certain times. I've also discovered, because I was 64 when I had the stroke and I'm now 72, but there's been a kind of accelerated ageing that's gone on in this time. And I've spoken a lot to older people in my research in history, and I've spoken to people between 80 and 95 about their experiences as young people, and they can always bring up memories clear as crystal. Older people do. I've discovered that as I became older in that sense, I get assailed by memories. Anything any smell, any sight, and even going around Canberra in the wheelchair cabs. I lived there for a long time, and I went to university there first, then I lived away, but I came back. I remember it as it was, and it's completely being ruined, destroyed. They're knocking down houses and old buildings and so forth, and so I'll be going along the main road where they're putting in a light rail, and I see that the things that places I used to go to and see people no longer there. And it's not just that I feel that loss, but I'm assailed by those memories. So when you're alone, I'm presuming a lot of people are like me, the memories come back, and often they're sad because you're not going to get some of that stuff back ever again.
Do the packages allow for that in any way? Is there companionship, or is there anything in the services that you receive that assists you with that particular problem?
No. The idea, there are provisions in possibly the regulations, if not the Act, the aged care packages, to pay for certain things, going to conferences, travelling to places to get information, and there've been a lot of conferences on since I had the stroke, many of them history and or social or cultural studies. I've still got a lot of that in my head, and I've actually got a book that I want to publish, but I haven't been able to get into it. That sort of thing they do allow for, but I don't know how that would help me.
Yeah.
It's very hard to travel in my situation.
You talk in your statement about being stereotyped. Can you give us your perspective about that? What effect does that have on you?
Well, it's changed according to, if you like, where my spirit was. When I had the stroke, I'd been through long years of single parenting. I'd had breast cancer and a few of these shocks in life and my marriage had broken up several years before. These sort of shocks that get you wondering who you are and where you are in life and so forth. But I had always just sort of pushed through and managed to find something that I could grab onto. And I think I was very strong and a survivor. So that's how I saw myself. I've been in a lot of environments where I felt that there was a fit. I think there have been a lot of environments where I thought I didn't fit. But when I had the stroke, I was in a position where I thought I'm, almost at the peak of my powers. I was doing something that I really loved, which was writing and editing in a particular department in the government. And I'd come to that, at least, 60, and people respected me. And I and a couple of friends who are all about the same age, women who'd done degrees in arts or social studies years before, we'd had this constant fight in that in the baby boomer generation, you just knew you were going to work. There was never any question of not working. Women or girls thought, yes, I'll get married, but I will work before that. Many more of my generation went to university, so there was this sense that if you got a scholarship or if you got free university, any of those things, that you needed to pay back somehow.
How are you treated now? How do your carers respond to that sense of you that you have?
It really varies. I say in my statement that quite a lot of them are very young girls, 17, 18, and I think they find, many of them have no training, of course. You get to that age, you haven't even been to Institute of Technology and got your certificate 3 or 4. So they think they've got a good idea, my granny was like this and I looked after her and so forth. They think I'm going to be maybe a sweet old lady, and I turn out not to be quite so sweet. Just because I'm I think I want to talk to them more about things, and I'm quite assertive. They want to find out about me. They say, we want to hear your stories. And they do, they genuinely want to hear the stories, and some of them are wonderfully interested. And, I'll talk hind leg off a donkey, so it's not a problem for me, but there's not enough time.
What is the deficiency that worries you the most about the carers that come and see you? Where can it be better?
I think a lot of people, if they particularly haven't run their own domestic household or their own place of living, don't really have, I think, what I'd call domestic common sense, where the thing I keep saying to them, just flick your eyes around. And flick your eyes around and don't take a boy look. Sorry about that. But don't look in the fridge and say, the peanut butter, not peanut butter, the milk, there's no milk there. You say, have you looked behind the things in the front of that level? Oh no, so then I'm in my bedroom and I hear them go, oh, there it is. So I've introduced quite a few young Filipino girls to the idea of a boy look, which I went, it's very funny. They like that.
How's the language? Do you find that a problem?
With people from the Philippines and India, which is where a lot of care workers and nurses and nurse assistants in Canberra, they're recruited from those two areas. Not so much language problems. Most of them speak very good English. Idiomatic Australian conversation they find a bit hard. They don't understand if you make an allusion to something being cactus or, something like my leg's cactus. Oh dear, So that creates problems, and it takes time always. It's more lack of cultural perceptiveness and understanding some of those subtle things that we all find. I've lived overseas myself and you're sort of totally baffled by some things. So yeah, people who particularly from certain cultures where they're used to only being told what to do. The education system says you sit there, we'll pour information into you. There's no sense that people can be self-starters, that they can find their way around and use their intelligence in that practical way. That is really irritating, because if we have in the morning a 90-minute shift they have to do, and there's a long list of things to do. Some days I say, don't do these, it's not so important today. But they worry that they need to get through it and they need to leave on time. There's a lot of pressure on them to leave on time. So if I have to explain everything, and I'm afraid I have a standard response, which is read the fridge. because the list of tasks and the details about it are always on the fridge. They get them on their mobile phones. They're supposed to look at it the night before, but they don't all have time. So the sort of young girl usually leaning against my bedroom door saying, "There's your tea, what do I do next?"
Right.
I read the fridge. So yeah, that's the hard bit where I have to direct again and again and again. It's exhausting and it's a waste of time. It's inefficient.
Well, that gets me to my next question. The phrase consumer-directed care has a literal meaning with your carers.
Too literal. And I feel your provider is supposed to provide somebody who, in the ideal, will be ready to run fairly quickly. There's one thing I didn't say in my statement, which is in training carers, one of the best methods is what we sometimes call buddying or shadowing, in which if I've got a new carer who's going to start next week, I will say to the provider or the agency they brokered to, can they come for a buddy shift so that they've observed what the carer does. And carers love that. They tend to say, you hear them saying now, what Margot likes is this, and let's just put this here, and you know, she likes such and such, and she's always better if, and so they love to do a bit of teaching on the job, and they can see the results instantly. And if then the new person comes the next week and I manage to say to the other person, you did a good job, she's doing really well. That's a very, very, I think, empowering thing for carers to do. And it's a very good way of learning. It's experiential.
Can we talk then about consumer-directed care?
Mm-hmm. If you have to. Sorry, the word consumer I really hate.
Why do you hate it?
It puts people who were clients into a different relationship with the government, with society, basically. It's like, you know, when I flew here and they said all customers get on the plane. Well, I've been a passenger all my adult life, you know. The idea of being a customer of an airline is, I'm just a bit old-fashioned that way, I don't like that. But again, it's all a financial relationship, and when you're a consumer, it's good in the sense that there are consumer organisations and there are agencies that look after consumers' interests, but it's commercial relationships that they are concerned about. And if I'm consuming something like a new mobile phone and it's rubbish, I'll go back to, you know, whatever the firm is I got it from and say, look, this is rubbish. And I know my rights. I've been watching, you know, the checkout on TV. So, blah, blah, blah.
It sounds like you do that with your providers too.
I try because I think that's important. But I don't feel that I'm a consumer in that commercial sense. I think the sense of service has got lost in that. And you know, we all say there's terrible service in shops or whatever, but it's different from having somebody giving you a service in your home or a nursing home or anything like that.
Right. I just wanted to go back to one thing from right at the beginning. When you needed the changes to your home, to your new home, in order to presumably to get the wheelchair in and out and to arrange things so that you could do things for yourself. Yep. The cost of that, any part of that come from the government, or was that out of your own?
Not that one, no. The previous, my home that I was living in when I had the stroke, there was an arrangement whereby the ACT government contributed to modifications inside and out, I think, but there was a very big co-payment. So I think the mods came to about 22,000, and I ended up paying 8,000
under the
upfront.
I think you've mentioned that under the NDIS, if you were in the same position today and you hadn't turned 65, the changes to your house would be funded under that scheme. But if they happen to you after you turn 65 and you're in aged care,
yep. When I had the stroke at 64, NDIS legislation had only just recently been passed, including the amendments that said anything that a person does pursuant to the NDIS Act that is in breach of the Age Discrimination Act is not in breach, and nobody knew that.
Yeah.
It hadn't been bruited about, and I read the legislation, and I, was very angry about that, because it meant basically anyone who's 65 and over was not eligible. Eventually that caused an outcry when it became generally known, and they've changed the rules that if you are on the NDIS and turn 65, you may choose to keep it. But I couldn't go on it in the first place because I only had 4 months of being 64, and the ACT hadn't fully signed up and wasn't starting its program yet.
All right. Now,
That's the situation.
you, at the end of your statement, you say that you have a message for the Commission, and you set out a number of matters there. Is there anything you want to add to that, or anything you want to emphasise? What's the most important thing that you would seek to convey to the Commission?
I'd say there are three, really. You can't get around the fact that aged care of all kinds is not funded adequately. I don't think anybody in my situation would disagree with that. There's a sense in which we feel Australian population doesn't think that we deserve quite as much, and that it's a bit sort of icing on the cake. There's no sense of us having served our community or our nation during our working life of 40 years or whatever. I seriously think if that attitude can be changed, there has to be sort of, the Productivity Commission and other organisations have to keep reporting on based on research, and coming up with the kind of recommendation that governments do seem to depend very much on those things. Pointing out the ways in which society generally is better if older people are still utilised as full members of society. I serve on 2 boards of community organisations, so there's this big sense that I could be still seen as contributing even though I've been in aged care and I have a very severe deficit physically. There's more than that. Older people of every status and kind are amazingly valuable to the school system. They do a lot of work voluntarily in school systems. I think they basically keep a lot of younger people in work because they look after the children, they look after the grandchildren, enormous amount of that. So those sort of perceptions, I think, would maybe help to change society's attitudes to funding. Whether that's a bit idealistic of me, I don't know, but I'm of that, somebody ought to do something about it.
All right.
The second thing is,
point, yes.
that where people are actually in aged care, care equality can be improved hugely through education and training and development, including in-service development. And I think the principals of most provider organisations have not been trained in how to manage a aged care provider organisation. They may be experienced managers, they may be good administrators, they may be okay at running budgets, handling government money and all that, but there's a whole thing about attitudes and about competence which is not at its peak. So that, obviously that's a question again of funding, but you have to have the attitude and the will and the idea of being innovative and forward-looking. And I think baby boomers, as they come along, I'm at the sort of age where I'm the very beginning of that cohort, they're going to expect more. And if they've got any spare money, they're probably going to be prepared to do co-payments and help out in other ways financially. There's a sense of responsibility for self that a lot of people in my age group have. So there's those things, and I think the third thing is really runs on from that, and that's the idea that if people generally, including younger people who are now, and people are now looking at, God, they're going make me work till I'm 70, or that sort of policy's gone pretty much. But people are still thinking that that's possible for them. They could actually have to work much longer than they expected. So they're going to have to amass a superannuation and a private funding, all that sort of thing. So if they're already focusing their mind on their ageing and what facilities there are, and they're seeing their own parents often in institutions not being stimulated and sort of fading away, that's a good opportunity to talk about things like innovation and different models of care and of the sort of offerings that you can give to people as they age. I think that's very important.
Right, is there anything else?
No, I think that's it.
All right, I have nothing further. Thank you, Commissioners.
I don't think you've tendered, Ms.
I haven't, no.
statement.
Can I formally tender WIT 0053 0001 0001. Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms. Harker's statement dated the 20th of February 2019 will be Exhibit 1-62. Ms. Harker, does the care packages that you receive extend to assisting you to attend medical appointments, go shopping, things of that kind?
No, not really. All my transport, which is a subsidy of 75% on disabled taxi fares, that's all supported by the ACT government.
And what about your community involvement? You mentioned you, I think, are a member of some boards. Mm-hmm. Do you need to go to meetings and?
I do, yes. My taxi fares are usually paid for by the organisation, and they've, at my suggestion, started to get cab charge dockets tickets that I can use, and so I don't have to pay anything towards those. Apart from that, there's no benefit that I get financially, or no support. And I was going to say about GPs, for instance, my GP doesn't bulk bill. I end up having to pay the gap myself every time. I'd get a bit of free treatment. I have Botox injections in my leg to ease the stiffness. Every 3 months I have those. That's free because I was a acute care patient, and now I'm an outpatient, so that's still covered by ACT government, covers that.
And how do you find the services provided by the taxi service? We hear horror stories.
Yep, there are many horror stories.
Time to time that elderly disabled people are left stranded because taxis don't turn up and things of that kind. Have you had that sort of experience?
I did very early on, and at one point a driver said he would take me out and leave me on the side of the road because I insisted he put a seatbelt on me. He said, no, it's not necessary. And I said, well, you better stop the van because I'm not going any further unless you put the seatbelt on. In a wheelchair, and this was a manual one, it was a bit smaller, but you're quite high up and you can be flung around, and it's dangerous even with your brake on if they brake suddenly. So I had this difference of opinion with this guy, and he said, all right, I'll take you out, I'll put you there, I'll call another cab. You know, there'll be somebody who'll put your seatbelt on, but I don't care. At that point I said to some friends as I was meeting them, I said, I think I've just seen the future. And I thought, if it's going to be like this until I die, I don't want any part of it, really. Luckily, the ACT government, under a particular chief minister, was right onto this, and they called them to account. And they had reports. They've introduced a lot of new rules and regulations. And there's also a number you can phone. If somebody commits some sort of travesty, like I've seen refusing to take somebody in a wheelchair, which is a fold-up wheelchair, or with a wheelie walker, that sort of thing. I've actually seen taxi drivers refuse to take them, and so you just call the number and you give them the taxis ID number, and then this person is taken off the road for 2 weeks, loses a lot of money and has to go for a bit of re-education. So that's the sort of thing that they've sorted out. They've pretty much rearranged things, rules about cleanliness, because a lot of those wheelchair taxis get very grubby, because they do take a lot of groups of children to and from some of the special schools, and these kids, if you lift up a seat, there's always a wad of chewing gum underneath. The rules are the drivers are supposed to keep them absolutely pristine, but it's very hard for them to do that. So I have fewer complaints than I would have, but there are still a lot of issues, and it's very hard to get those sorted.
And we've been told about an alternative model of aged home care, referred to as the Belgian model, under which a younger person is provided with a bed and accommodation in an older person's home in return for caring services. Is that something that would appeal to you?
I saw some of that mentioned on a news program or a documentary. I think it's a wonderful idea. I'm not sure that I'm the sort of person who would necessarily benefit from it, or they would necessarily benefit from, except by, I'm quite close to both the universities in Canberra, and if the students want to be really close and have decent accommodation, that would be a very good idea for them from that point of view. Actually, when I am alone during the day, despite being quite lonely, I need that time. I need to be on my own because of the things I do. I do research, I listen to music. I've got used to it over many years since my marriage broke up, so you learn to live with that, and some of the time you need it. But because what I really need more than anything is adult company. Particularly, I read something that one of the American poets had written, which is, as I age, being with friends who, being with people I love is enough. And we all become more family-centric and more, in my case as well as my very small family, old friends who are, in a sense, siblings and dear people from many, many years, and we know each other very well. That's really the thing I would cherish most, like to have more of. But I also love going out. I was always somebody who had my own house, had my own car. I liked driving sometimes, and I liked going, Canberra to Sydney and visiting people, and I liked going to the Blue Mountains, where I did a bit of a writer's residence for a while. So I could get in my car and just go. I cherished that, and I wish I could have it now. It's very hard not to do that, not to be able to go to the coast, for instance. But if I can't do all those things, just getting in a cab and going to the National Gallery or the museum, or even somewhere where there's a nice coffee place, you have meet a few friends, that sort of thing. That's what I would really like. I don't know that any person living in my unit, which is actually a 2-bedroom, it's very small, there'd be a sense of bumping into people, I think. Maybe I don't tolerate this anymore like I used to.
Thank you.
Ms Harker, hopefully after this hearing you may well get a few phone calls from your friends taking you out.
Hope so.
Can I just follow up a couple of things in your evidence? And it follows on from a previous witness today, and that is the question of the availability of care services on weekends and on public holidays and after hours and so on. Can you take the Commission through the availability of services or the costs of services at those times?
The cost varies hugely, just to pick that point up first. My main provider at the moment, because they're brokering out to a couple of agencies who give service, and they've got very good care workers who come to my place. But the coordinators, the people working in the office of the provider, just seem to be totally swamped. They don't seem to get anything organised very well, particularly sending out their invoices, because if it's paid from package funds or CHSP funds, my provider pays it to them, and they pay it to the person. So we're getting invoices coming in 6 months after the service has been given, and some of these invoices are for the period 10th to the 20th of May, instead of saying person A came at these hours and did this job, and therefore we should have, an hour and a half of at $56 an hour, that sort of thing. So I lose track of that. I get these huge statements at the end of every month, and I realise after a while that there are so many invoices haven't come, so money that I expected to be paid hasn't been paid out yet. And I've been having for years false large amounts, which are really basically amounts that are already pre-committed because the service has been given. And so I've pretty much given up trying to track the variations. Each of the agencies charges different amounts. One of the agencies I had only employed nurses, all RNs. And RNs have a minimum hourly rate that they've negotiated over the years because they were became strongly unionised and active in political terms. So they get a lot more money than people who either have a certificate 3 or 4. And generally care staff get not very much money at all. And sometimes I have one of my carers works on a Saturday night, and I say, there's this rate you get after 8 o'clock, and she should get a bit more. Saturday's always more. And she said, I haven't seen it. But she said, I haven't been paid for 3 weeks anyway. So all that stuff's going on. The big problem is the youthfulness of the main part of the carer workforce. Fridays and Saturdays have always been hard for me in terms of getting somebody. There are times when your provider would say, we've rung everybody. They just can't come. And of course they can't come because they're going out. They're getting a life, and people take themselves off the roster for holiday periods and for weekends because they want to go clubbing or to a festival or something like that. That is always an issue. Sometimes when people are available, they may be people who've come from a different culture and are not very au fait with the way things are, but they also haven't built up a base of friends and activities yet, so they're prepared to come. And those shifts, of course, are more valuable to you as a worker. So often, my big issue is that if they can't find anybody, sometimes they send me a surprise. Somebody who I probably have met once or twice before and have always give feedback and said, I don't think there's a fit here, we don't seem to chime together somehow. But there's this thing, take anybody. We can't find anybody else, either that or nothing. And at night, getting myself to bed and getting some dinner is very hard. So a night person is very important. I keep pointing out to people who say, haven't you got friends who can come and do it? So my friends will be 72 and upwards. I do have a lot of younger friends, but because they're all busy, they're overseas, they're doing their very busy jobs and so forth. So getting somebody to help out in my friendship group, they're all half crippled with arthritis and bending over and saying, my back, and so I can't ask them to do. It's very heavy work, some of it. And I'm not easy to manipulate to get into clothes and so forth. So,
you mentioned about earlier on in your evidence and indeed in your witness statement, you mentioned that you're receiving the 2 packages. I'm assuming, but can you correct me, that it must be incredibly common for people who are getting the home care packages or the care packages to also be getting the CSHP. Is that how it works?
I don't know, to be honest. Again, because of what I said earlier in the statement, because we don't know who the other recipients of home care packages are. Occasionally I run into somebody who was in the rehab ward with me in Canberra Hospital. Occasionally might be going to a physio and they're, oh, I remember you, and what are you doing? So some of them are receiving packages, but we tend not to say let's keep in touch, and often they don't want to be reminded of that time when we were regarded as crocs and cripples and were treated in this negative way. So there's not that urge for them to keep in touch. But what happened when the transfer to CDC of the packages, the cross-subsidisation that had been going on disappeared because everybody's package adhered to them. That was supposed to give everybody a bit more control over the services they got, and they got to choose things if they were able to let one kind of service go. That meant they could use another thing that was a bit more of a special luxury, something they really wanted to do but hadn't been able to. So I do know that I was affected that way. I was told your package now is not going to be enough because there's not going to be topping up from somebody else's. Sorry, you're going to have to pay $2,100 roughly per month to make up that shortfall. And we got this options from our providers, but essentially I think the department had said to them, this is what you're going to have to do. We were told, pay the difference yourself, get your family or friends to stump up the money, or go into a nursing home, or reduce your services, of course. That was the first thing that was offered. We won't come to you on weekends, we won't send anybody in the mornings, we'll cut your hours to half an hour or something like that. So those sorts of alternatives were given to you. And if you couldn't meet any of those, it was nursing home for you, pretty much. And they said, you can save a bit of money by managing your own package, because they were charging administration and case management fees every month. With the one I was with at the time, their admin and case management fees came to nearly $2,000. So I actually said to them, if you can work smarter and more efficiently with the same staff, because everybody else seems to be able to do that, you can save that money, so you're charging me a lot less. I said, I can't do my own management. I'd be doing that 8 hours a day, you know, and I'm not able to do that. I'm doing quite a lot of my own management and admin now, just because there have been so many shortfalls. But that was what they said, do all those things, or just go into a nursing home is much easier. We all came back, well, a few of the people I knew, with where are the nursing home beds for a start, but also, why should we? We don't want to. We're independent. We're perfectly able to manage in our own homes. And we know that government policy has been for many years that the ideal is to have people living in their own homes. It is cheaper, it's more efficient, it's more actually economical for the economy as a whole. So I was riled about that. So I just went to I didn't go to the media. I started an online petition with change.org. And change.org picks up certain petitions that they think are going to run really well. And so they actually then email some of their millions of followers around the world. And suddenly, you know, in a day you get another 20,000 signatures. So by the time I was running at about 50,000, and I was doing better than Johnny Depp, that was the thing. There was a petition to save Johnny Depp's dogs, and he wasn't getting as much, so I was sort of rather proud of that. But the media got interested.
Well, I think you should be proud of that.
Yes. So I was, I became a bit of a, 5-minute media celebrity. But the ABC came and did a very long interview on camera, and Norman Hammond, who was the reporter, asked me a question that we'd already discussed. He said, what if you do have to go into a nursing home? If none of these alternatives are met, if nobody can come to the fore, if the government doesn't change its policy, what are you going to do? I said, well, I've thought of killing myself, and I wouldn't be the only person who's thought that. And because the petition site had the option for people to not only sign the petition but to send an email to them, which they passed on to me, there was quite a lot of... that was the only time I've actually been in touch with lots of people, maybe, well, 20 or 30, who were in home care or who... several of them were women whose husbands were receiving home care because they'd got mild dementia or they became physically incapable. And they wrote to me and said, this is my experience and I can't go on like this, you know, we can't afford it. And so they asked me for advice, which was just, I said, you know, write to the government. There's also, suddenly there was a crisis number you could call, and you could write to the minister. I suggested all that, and I said, get yourself an advocate because they're all around Australia.
Mm-hmm. The management fee you referred to, the first offer, I think as it was $2,000 a month. That's 23.
Roughly.
Yeah, so, you know, that's probably $24,000 a year, or somewhere between $20,000 and $24,000 a year. What's the value of your care packages? Do you know that off the top of your head?
About 40,000, I think, maybe 50 now. It's gone up.
So that's a very high proportion of your care package suddenly disappearing. That is something that we will explore.
I left that organisation, by the way, and got a new provider, and I still occasionally had emails and newsletters from the previous one, and I was gratified to see that they actually dropped their administration fee considerably in the next 6 months. So I regarded that as a bit of a victory. But yes, there was a lot of, I think, gouging going on, and just inefficiency.
Thank you.
Anything arising?
Nothing arising. Thank you, Commissioners.
Ms Harker, thank you for coming all this way to share your experiences with the aged care system with us. You've assisted us enormously in improving our understanding of the practicalities faced day by day by
Thank you.
people such as yourself, and we're very grateful to you for having done that.
Pleasure.
The Commission will adjourn until 2:15.
All stand, the Royal Commission is now adjourned until 2:15 p.m.
Yes, Mr Bolster.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. I call Mr Barry Anderson.
You can take a seat. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be
the truth,
the truth,
the whole truth,
and
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Commissioners, if document number WIT 0030 0001 could be brought up onto the screen, please. Now, Mr Anderson, if you can just look at that screen in front of you, and it should show you a copy of the statement that you signed in this matter.
Could you speak up a little?
Oh, so I'll do my best. Can you hear me now?
That's better.
Good. Okay. In front of you, you're holding a copy of your statement, and the statement should appear on the TV screen in front of you as well. That's the statement that you signed the other day in relation to this commission,
Correct?
right? Do you wish to make any changes to that statement?
Not to this. No.
And are its contents true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information and belief?
That's so.
Commissioners, I tender Mr Anderson's statement, that is document WIT 0030 0001 0001.
The statement of Barry Anderson dated the 15th of February 2019 will be Exhibit 1-63.
Now, Mr Anderson, if you can't hear me at any stage, you just let me know.
Right.
And we'll...
Actually having some difficulty in hearing you.
All right. Well, I'll bring the microphone a bit closer. Your statement, Mr Anderson, it relates to your experience, your very long experience of caring for your wife, Grace.
That's
Correct?
Yes.
And you could hear me then, okay?
Yes.
Good. All right. Now that's followed a diagnosis of dementia for Grace in 2002, correct?
Correct.
And you're 86 as we speak,
I am 86.
and Grace is 85,
Correct.
and you've been married for 64 years,
64 years is correct.
and you live in a retirement village,
I live in a retirement village.
yes, and Grace lives in a nearby residential aged care facility, correct?
Correct.
All right. And she has advanced dementia.
She has advanced dementia.
And can you tell the Commission what state is she in at the moment? How would you describe her health at the moment?
Well, actually, I am looking at the current situation in the future, that we've reached the palliative care stage of Grace's life, basically, as such, and that's the direction that I in particular are making sure is going to be an environment where, in fact, she gets the maximum of care and attention to make the dignity of her last days significant, basically.
Let's just stop there on that extremely important issue. What does she need done for her at this stage?
Sorry, I can't hear
Oh, I'm
you.
sorry. What is it that she needs done for her at this stage? How advanced is her dementia?
Well, I'm not a medical expert, but in theory, we are in a situation where Grace no longer recognises me or actually can speak, and in theory, there's not many more steps, I believe, that can be taken
Yeah.
that will impact on her health other than what it is at the moment. And in theory, in talking with the professional staff, they have perhaps indicated that Grace's lifespan is in its final stages.
Yeah. The day-to-day care, though, that Grace needs, I take it that she can do nothing for herself. She can do nothing for herself. Everything has to be done for her.
In theory, she is fed each day by either myself or a staff member, and her meals are actually to the puree stage, which means they've acknowledged that she might have a swallowing problem.
Right. Okay. And how many hours a day do you spend with her, attending to her?
I spend pretty well every day, and I try and say that while I'm there, it's for at least 2 hours as such, which gives me a chance to socialise with Grace and also to feed her, because I think that's important that I get some involvement in her process of eating as such, because there is a tendency for staff sometimes to perhaps be too busy to feed her properly, basically.
All right. We'll come back to that a little bit later, but I just want to go back a step to when Grace was first, when you first noticed a problem, and in your statement you say that was around 2000, which led to a diagnosis in 2002.
Mm-hmm.
What was it that you saw in Grace that led you to seek medical advice?
Oh, what I saw in Grace, actually, I dismissed it firstly as being sort of forgetfulness, but the first occasion I can really recall with any accuracy was we were with a group of people at Mount Gambier, and for some reason or other, Grace got lost or got dropped off the group. I think they call it raised therapy or something like that. And in theory, we had a situation where she was in Mount Gambier, a foreign location to her, and fortunately the group that we were with had people from Mount Gambier and were able to we mounted a quick search and located her, and everything was fine. But I, at the time, just dismissed it as being forgetfulness. And there were other instances. Our church actually, for many years, put on melodramas that would run for something like about a fortnight. And Grace always had an integral part in it in some shape or form. But in the end, when she was learning her lines or giving them on the night, you weren't quite sure which line you were going to get, actually, because as she couldn't recognise that there was some sequence to the number of lines that she had to give. And they are the two most vivid memories I've got of her.
Yeah.
Oh, other than when at home, she was perhaps frequently asking me what would be the time and what day it was, and I thought, well, that certainly is an element of forgetfulness, but it was the number of times that she would ask me as such that sort of, I think in the end, signalled it wasn't forgetfulness, basically.
And you saw a doctor and you got a diagnosis. Could you describe how the diagnosis process played out? Did it take a long time? And what was involved in all of that?
No, I would think in terms of time, it was relatively quick. We happened to be in Marion, and I happened to notice that the Alzheimer's Association had a booth, and I thought, well, given my doubts about perhaps I was wrong with it, Grace being forgetful, I'd pick up some pamphlets, and having sort of picked up the pamphlets, took them home, and within days, the Alzheimer's Association was actually sitting in our lounge room talking about the journey that Grace might be on, basically.
If we could just turn up, please, paragraph 14.
Yep.
You got that there, Mr.
Yep.
Anderson? You see there, you're talking about navigating the system,
Yes.
setting up a network of people who could help you, and you say it wasn't an easy task. What was difficult about finding your way with Grace with a fresh diagnosis of dementia?
Well, I think in terms of not being easy was the fact that this illness that Grace has got needs to be looked at in the terms of that you need to talk to more than one person or one organisation in the equation, basically, as such. And that's not all that easy if you're starting from scratch, basically.
Are you talking there about the people, different organisations providing different types of help for you and her?
Well, I was talking from the range of the Commonwealth Government through to perhaps the Alzheimer's Association and organisations like that, basically.
Where did you find the most help? What was the most helpful thing for you and Grace at that time?
What was the most stressful?
Helpful.
Helpful. In essence, I'd say the personal approach rather than using telephones and whatever to make the connection you needed to make, basically.
And where did you see that? Who gave you that personal attention?
Places like the Alzheimer's Association, which is now Dementia Australia.
Right. Okay. Now I want to turn to the issue of the home care that you received following the diagnosis. And you and Grace were living at home at the time. What did the two of you need to care for her in the early days?
What did we need?
Yeah.
We needed to have things like showering and personal requirements like that, in particular, and the fact that there was an ability to have respite if needed, in my case, basically, or in terms with Grace, that if for some reason or other I had a significant appointment to make, then they would provide somebody to sit with Grace for the duration that I was absent from home, basically.
Right. How important was the respite care for you?
Oh, I think respite actually is actually vital, not only to being cared for, but the carers. Too often the carer gets excluded out of the respite system, but I think there is a need to recognise that I would need as much care if I was going to look for Grace for any length of time as it turns out, that care would be available to me to put Grace into respite, and be it for half a day, or a weekend, or whatever, basically.
How long a period did the respite usually go for?
In terms of if you were to divide the number of times we had respite, I would say effectively a half a day, a week.
All right, and so that enabled you to go and do things in your own life, take a break and recharge. Is that what you would say?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. What were the things about the package that you were on that were not as good as you'd have liked? How could your package have been better for you and Grace?
Well, I think at that stage of the game, the packages were at 2 levels or 3 levels, I can recall, and in theory were administered by organisations that looked after those aspects of grants and the likes. Our first contact was with the Masonic Village we were given a package at the lowest level, when then Grace actually then progressed to the highest level in terms of.
Yeah. So how many years were you on the home packages for? When did she go into residential care?
In retrospect, I would think at least a couple of years.
Yeah. Okay. And what was as the package became more provided more for you? There obviously came a point where it wasn't enough, and she had to go into the residential care. What was the breaking point for you that meant that you couldn't cope with looking after Grace at home?
In theory, the level of care really extended to the point where her general health was that she became incontinent, and that changed the scenario quite significantly.
Yeah.
Because actually that's the point of time where I actually was forced to concede that I couldn't really look after Grace even with the packages we were getting, and that she needed to be in care as such, basically.
Who makes that decision? Who made that decision for you and Grace?
Well, essentially I did, because Grace may have had an input, but in terms I suppose I was making the decision as an advocate on behalf of Grace as such.
Yeah. Well, you've been her carer then at home for a number of years. What could you tell the Commission what it's like to be the constant home carer for someone like Grace, someone with dementia, over an extended period of time?
I think as fundamentally as a carer, you actually have to acknowledge that there are going to be some changes in your life. So you actually have to get used to the idea that it's an environment where change is likely to happen, slowly or quickly. It depends on the circumstances. You need to be able to sort of not get angry. You needed to do lots of things that you need to learn to become a better communicator. You needed to become more sensitive to things like shaking hands, cuddles, all those sorts of things, massage, which up until that point was sort of not on the horizon, basically.
Yeah.
So, and you've got to have a sense of humour. You need to be able to say at the end of the day, when I go to bed, I can sleep well. You need to be aware of the fact that the medication regime might change, and then as such, suddenly what was normal yesterday isn't quite the normal today in terms of their general disposition. And I can remember Grace really changing from being an owl to a fowl because of medication, which meant that that impinged on our social life and also eating requirements and such like. And so I think fundamentally, as a carer, you've got to acknowledge that there will be significant change in your life, and you can't ignore those aspects of. I mean, there are many more, but I can't think of any more off the top of my head at the moment.
I expect it took some time for you to adjust to these things, did it?
It takes some adjusting, but in theory, when you've been together for quite a long time, I think the adjusting actually is accelerated because you're really wanting to be caring for your wife as such in the circumstances.
Was there help there for you from agencies or other people as you charted this course?
No, actually, we were able to, in the first part of our journey, to cope between the two of us, actually, and apart from the things like showering and things like that, they were still ongoing, but in theory, we reckon we were doing pretty good, actually.
Good. Now, I want to talk about the actual residential care itself. In your statement, you refer at paragraph 21 that Grace went into quite a small facility at the start.
Yes.
And you have quite a positive view about that. Could you tell the commission what were the good things about that facility? Why did you like it so much?
In terms of Grace moving into care as such, after she'd been assessed, I pursued a course or direction on finding the best place that I could find in the immediate surrounding area for Grace to be admitted to, basically. And in theory, the circumstances of those was, in my looking into accommodation as such, I was looking to try and replicate the environment that we were in a minute and living at the time, and that was a homeliness about it. Mm-hmm. And in theory, I had started on this exercise, and I had got to an organisation which I was about to leave after making some inquiries, and the receptionist said to me, "Why don't you try such and such an organisation down the road?" And I thought, yes, that's fine. I didn't even know where it was, but having said that, she sent me on my way, and obviously made a phone call or whatever, because when I got there, the residential site manager was there to greet us, or greet me rather, and it said, "What, have you got 3/4 of an hour to spare?" And I said, "Yes." And she said, "Well, this is it." And in theory, I entered an environment that I felt comfortable with, and there was no slamming of doors or ventilators on to take away odious smells and the likes. And I thought, well, the openness of the place attracted me in the first place, I suppose. I thought, well, I can safely put Grace in there, and I feel that I felt comfortable with that decision, basically. But it didn't replicate in total, but it looked like a series of houses, and it looked very similar to the house that we'd lived in, basically.
And what you say in your statement that it was the age of the facility and the fact that it had to be replaced that was the only reason you had to go somewhere else. Is that right?
Yes, and that's based on the fact that the establishment perhaps wasn't been up to scratch with health and safety regulations. It still had a mixture of 2 to a room and some with ensuite, and in theory the management further down the track decided that it would be time to renovate the place where Grace was in, and at the same time build an additional accommodation in another site which catered for about 125 new beds, basically. And in that context, that was the context of the assessment, I suppose, really, that I was motivated by what I thought would be suitable accommodation for Grace, and in theory I was sort of prepared to say, well, it's only got X number of en suites, but which the new place has got plenty of, actually. And
well, let me ask you this about the choice, your initial choice, and then thinking about it when there was a replacement. Was it up to you to find out the details about the facilities? Was it left to you to identify what the potential nursing homes were, or did you get help
yes,
from
yeah.
anyone else?
You were encouraged in general to, once you got then assessed as being eligible to enter an aged care residential, the phrase was, well, now you can go out and explore possible vacancies or whatever as such.
Was there any information that was made available to you about this is a good nursing home, this is a bad nursing home?
No, actually, the only information I got was usually a pamphlet or two about the operations of the place, basically.
Yeah, okay, all right. Now, I want to talk to you about the actual care that Grace is receiving now, and you talk about some of the programs that you think are valuable for her. One of them is the music program.
Yes.
Why is that particular music program of value, do you think?
I think it's very important in terms of not only Grace's well-being but mine, and in theory, music, I believe, is it touches the soul. We can, with the music that Grace is provided with at the moment, we can reminisce or think about past times, and I think that music is underestimated in its total value and how it can enhance people's lives, basically.
You say in your statement, where you refer to what you call eureka moments.
Oh, yes.
What are they? Can you tell the Commission what that means to you?
They're when actually they don't happen very frequently, and they're likely to occur and carry on less infrequently in the future. But there are moments when actually I'll play it. We'll be listening to the iPod that Grace has got, and in theory, we'll hit on a tune that will respond to her emotions, and I'm positive that actually when that happens, where her eyes may have been perhaps dull and a bit clouded in the previous life, suddenly, well, I believe, light up, and in theory, we have shared together a moment in time where Grace has been in empathy with the music, and I find great delight in that aspect of music, basically. Actually, music, I think, really fuels your emotions. There's no doubt about that. And I think that there should be greater emphasis on music in terms of its therapeutic values as such, basically.
Now, you say, you talk about the way in which you communicate with Grace in paragraphs 41 and 42, and you refer to touch and eye contact. What would you like to tell the Commission about the ability you have to communicate with a person with dementia, even though there's obviously a problem there communicating in other ways?
Yeah. 41. In theory, we had reached a stage in our life where, when the music program was first muted, that Grace had already lost the ability to recognise me and to know who I was, to the point I think she thought, well, here's a grey-haired old bounder trying to chat me up, basically, as such. But in terms of music, we will be hypothetically playing the iPods, and I'm listening. Oh, and I might, as an ad, I've been trying a little experiment of late. I know that she doesn't recognise my speaking voice anymore, but I put my hand up to sing, and I'm wondering if actually my singing voice will have a greater impact than my spoken voice, literally. But having said that, as an aside, the ability to sort of be in an environment where music is so important, it's one that is that, again, you can't possibly think of, well, we've hit on a tune that brought a response from Grace, either by tapping her toes or tapping her fingers or whatever, to in that environment where if I was to play the same tune tomorrow, she wouldn't recognise it. And in theory, I'd have to make an observation that even though we've selected music that we think is fine for Grace, there are some pieces of music which she associates much easier, really, and that's children singing. And if we're playing The King and I can usually get a response out of it because the children, to some time along the line, are singing a tune that Grace recognises as such.
If you go please to paragraph 45, just on this last point I wish to raise on this communication issue, you mentioned there carrying a bag of diamonds in your pocket. What?
Oh, I'm delighted to talk about that.
Well, could you tell the Commission
Actually,
what's happening there?
Well, it comes in the first place to the recognition and that Grace could no longer correspond with speaking and me responding. We'd gone from a two-way dialogue to a one-way dialogue, and I thought, well, to myself, I need to actually find some mechanism by which I could supplement the one-directional approach that we were forced into. And I had this thought, well, why don't I actually have a bag of diamonds in my pocket, which sort of has a sort of a regime about it in the context that the biggest, when I say to Grace that I love her, I would get a response from a previous time that she loved me too. So I thought, well, what I will do is I will certainly say it to her for as long as she's about the place that I love her, and I needed to sort of get a feedback in terms of, in this case, I've used diamonds, and if I pick out the biggest diamond out of my bag of diamonds, it's got Barry, I love you too, and I've heard that plenty of times up to the point I will no longer hear her say it to me physically, but in theory, I know that in the past time when I've said to her, Barry, Grace, I love you, she has said, well, Barry, I love you too. Now, my diamonds really then extend to things like not questioning her, but asking her comments about what's her favourite song or what's her favourite film or whatever. And I've got a diamond for most occasions, I think, really. And I do rely emotionally and physically on the fact that I can still take a big diamond out of my bag, which is Barry, I love you too.
I want to talk now about some care issues. One of them is dental care, and you have a view about that. What does the Commission need to know about dental care for people like Grace who really can't take care of their teeth themselves?
Sorry, which paragraph was that?
Dental care. Paragraph 33.
32.
Sorry, 32, is it?
Oh, yes, okay. In the circumstance, I'm certainly quite satisfied with the care that Grace is being given, and where she is at the moment and in a previous environment. There has been in recent times where she is at the moment, the organisation chose to abolish the catering agreement and the cleaning agreement, and the area that affected us most, I suppose, was the transition from an outside source being the provider of food to the management providing food as such, which led to a few hassles like people weren't getting the right meal at the right time and such like. But in theory, Grace was had a number of occasions like that because she is on a puree diet, and suddenly they're the exception rather than the rule in where Grace is at the moment. Most people can either feed themselves or be fed, and in theory it was a little frustrating at the beginning until they sorted out the catering arrangements to say, well look, Grace was getting fed perhaps at the right time, basically because I'd either forgotten to make up a meal for her as such. But that's all solved now.
What about dental care? What's the importance of dental care for someone like Grace?
Sorry?
What, dental care? Her teeth?
Oh yes, another. I don't think we've got enough dentists in the system, to be quite candid, and I think I'm arguing that dental care is important. It actually needs a great deal of diligence and attention to, because all the food goes through our mouths. Lots of infections get created because of the oral situation of our teeth and gums, and I think that there should be in residential care a regime by which there is regular dentists to come and sort of analyse the people's or their teeth as such and gums. And also I think there is a need to make sure that if we're going to get quality staff, that they actually are trained in some aspects of dental care, because in theory I believe dental care will extend the life of many people, whereas if they're unattended to, they will actually succumb to either some sort of disease or illness because it's been of the state of their teeth and gums.
All right, let's just talk about, you say that the dentist comes once every 6 months. Does the dentist, is that your private dentist, or is that a dentist that comes and sees everyone in
The dentist, it's a private dentist that comes in as such.
And you pay for that dentist to come in?
I pay for the dental to come in, basically.
Right.
But I think that in theory it should be an extension of dental care as looked as when we've been in the past prepared to look at children's teeth in the way that they are, that there's a regularity that needs to be observed in terms of the actually care to people in residential care.
Another thing, I just want to turn to another topic. You say in paragraph 35, this gets back to communication, and you say that staff tend to be more motivated towards those residents who can talk.
Oh yes.
Can you tell us a bit about that? How do you observe that when you're around Grace and the staff are there?
Well, those observations are built on the fact that I visit Grace each day, and I give her her meal each day, at least a meal each day, and the time that she's out between meals. And in theory, we have a situation where, and I think it's just human nature, there's a tendency that we'll talk to people who can respond back, because we get back to this two-way dialogue that needs to be maintained as long as you possibly can do, maintain it basically as such.
All right. What would you like to tell the Commission about the staff generally? Where do they do a good job, and where do they fall down sometimes?
Well, I think they can do better.
How can they do better?
Well, I think, I believe that in my working career I worked for a firm that had an association with all capital cities in Australia and the likes, and the emphasis was in fact that they recognised as part of their slogan that people were the most important assets we've got. And if I apply that to the situation in residential care, in theory, I would argue the better the staff are trained, the better the quality of care would be as such.
Do you see the staff being comfortable with dealing with an advanced dementia patient where Grace is at the moment?
No, actually, if I to err on honesty as such, there's a difference between aged care and residential and dementia
yeah.
care. The system at the moment seems to be directed at the lower end of the scale in terms of care, and in theory, the qualifications and the likes to sort of for people to operate in that environment is such. But again, I think the treatment of dementia requires a very special skills which don't necessarily apply just for straight aged care people. Basically, they ought to be better qualified in terms of response and as to emergencies and the likes, basically.
What are the little things that staff can do to make a difference for the dementia resident?
Oh, in an idealistic world, I'd love one-to-one relationship, basically, but in theory, there is, I don't believe, enough attention paid to staffing levels. I think it's easier to find out the staffing levels for children in kindergarten than at the other end of the spectrum when you're very old. Nobody wants to know about a staffing ratio as such, but I think it's absolutely critical that that's an area that needs to be improved greatly.
Where Grace is at the moment, is there always a nurse on duty?
Yes. And the other thing I can say in the defence of where Grace is, that they are actually committed to as many full-time staff as they can get as against relief staff from agencies and the like. I'm not knocking agency staff or whatever, but they bring a different feel to the arrangement. Whereas if you're a full-time staff, there's much more likelihood that you get to know people, know their idiosyncrasies and their funny attitudes or whatever, as against an agency staff who comes in only to fill a vacancy if somebody's reported in sick or whatever, basically.
All right. And at the organisation where Grace is there a turnover of nursing staff that you observe?
I think the biggest turnover occurred shortly after I suppose you'd call it an amalgamation where...
Right, when there was a change of venue, when the building works occurred.
Yeah. And in theory, it even bordered on, well, the transition, lots of people didn't know where to find such and such a thing they might need, which was time consuming. I mean, and you don't really want temporary staff saying, well, who's Mrs. Smith? You know, it's just, you have to say, well, 3 doors down the track, you know, not by Mrs. Smith or Mrs. Jones or whatever. They lack that sort of intimacy between the people that they're looking after, basically.
But you're getting that now?
Yes, I think that's there's been a diminution in the number of staff that transferred across, either by voluntary means or retiring age or whatever, and in theory, I suppose in the total staff element, that there are now very few that have translated from their old previous to a new regime, and I think that actually kicks in with the culture, actually, as such. Strangely enough, I believe. Because all of the organisations, no matter how small or how big, have a culture about them or how they operate, and it sometimes can be confusing when you get 2 or 3 cultures at the same site trying to work out what is the general well-being for people as such.
On that topic, I just wonder if you could have a look at paragraph 49, where you talk about what you refer to as the small dignities that you think need to be observed and honoured by staff. What do you mean by that?
Recognise that people have a private space, it's their room or whatever, their building, and in theory too many don't pay perhaps enough attention to the fact that it would be lovely for the person whose privacy is being invaded to say, look, you can come in. They're even denied that. They're not. You need to perhaps, as a role model, knock on the door and announce yourself and say, I'm here to have a chat or whatever as such. And it's like, if you drop off any of those little elements, it's like an intrusion into their privacy. I mean, their room is their world.
Yeah.
And in theory, I think that perhaps it's more pronounced in hospitals where anybody just rushes in without doing a thing knocking on the door or asking if they can come in. I mean, you're denying the individual of making a decision, really, and it's their realm, and they should make the decision whether you should come in or come out, basically.
Finally, Mr. Anderson, I've just about finished, but I would like to ask you just one more question before we wrap up. You say that you think there needs to be awareness raised about the impact of dementia and the ways we can recognise and care for people living with it in our community. What's the most important thing that people need to know about people like Grace who have an illness and it's called dementia?
Sorry, I'm asking you to repeat it, but
I do apologise. You say that there needs to be awareness raised about the impact of dementia and the ways we can recognise and care for people living with it in our community. What's the most important thing that people in the community need to know about living with dementia?
I think top of my list would be stigma, and in theory, that would be without doubt the area that concerns me most. I would like to put in place, idealistically, a scenario where, in theory, if a new development came into being, that there was provision within that very framework to have what I would call a cluster of a situation where the local community could actually, from youngsters to oldies, could communicate with one another, and in theory, so long as it had primarily at the top of the requirements, which would be that they have adequate provision for the services that they need, be they a doctor or a dentist or a hospital or whatever. But in theory, and also constructed that if there was to be idealistically some arrangement like that in the future planning, I mean, we plan for schools, we plan for home kindergartens and the likes, and we are neglecting, I believe, lots of people that could benefit by just their interaction in a community. But it would be so constructed that no matter what happened, in the case of if it was a cluster, all would come back to a central location. So if you started on a pathway, if you went on the pathway long enough, you'd be back to where you started from, basically.
Right.
And I think that future developers need to consider the benefits, I believe. I think there would be savings to the government. I can't say that I'm completely in favour of high rise. I don't think that's the answer to accommodation, because we're talking about people that have lived often in their homes for so long, and in theory they just don't want a bland room. They want something that's actually reminiscing or reminds them of their home as such in a past time.
Finally, Mr. Anderson, right at the end of your statement in paragraph 56, you talk about what you say when people ask you about how to care for Grace.
Oh.
What do you tell them? If you could read that out, I think it
Well,
would be valuable.
I have a fairly simple message, actually, to walk in Grace's shoes, to recognise that she's had a rich past, that there's a present, and that she has an evolving future.
I've nothing further. Thank you, Commissioners.
Mr. Anderson, thank you very much for sharing with us your deeply personal experiences of caring for your wife. We deeply appreciate it, because one of the things that we have to do is make recommendations that are designed to improve for the future the care of dementia patients, and you have assisted us very considerably in understanding the needs of such patients and their carers, for whom we're also very concerned. So thank you very much for your evidence.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Please feel free to leave the witness box. There's some administrative matters we need to attend to. Yes, Dr. McAvoy.
Commissioners, you might recall that when Mr Versteege of the Combined Pensioners and Superannuants Association gave evidence last week, he made certain observations about a report entitled A Matter of Care, Australia's Aged Care Workforce Strategy, report of the Aged Care Workforce Strategy Task Force. As a consequence of those comments, Professor Pillars was asked by letter from the solicitors to the Royal Commission dated the 14th of February 2019 to respond to those comments. Operator, if you could bring up, please, ACW 9999 0002 0001. And in response to that letter, Commissioners, Professor Pillars has provided a document dated the 20th of February 2019, which, operator, if you could bring up, is ACW 9999 0001 0001. I'd simply seek to tender both those documents, Commissioners, and they can be tendered as the one exhibit.
Yes, thank you. The letter of the Solicitor for the Commission to Professor Pillars, dated the 14th of February 2019, and Professor Pillars' response, dated the 20th of February 2019, will collectively constitute Exhibit 1-64.
If the Commission pleases.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
The Commission will adjourn until tomorrow, not before 12 midday.